Good morning, everyone. Before you ask, yes, it was a wonderful picnic. Entirely worth cutting off early yesterday for. So, when last we left our intrepid adventurers, we were about to go to Argus, because, hey, why not? To Argus! Fun place. Ignore that Azeroth is still up there. Just pretend it's not there. It's not there. Doing a new skybox just for this one quest was probably infeasible. So, I'm just gonna let that be.
My life is dedicated to destroying the Burning Legion.
I haven't set foot on Argus in years. A dead world populated by broken people and their memories.
Death to the Legion.
Originally homeworld of the Eredar, now stronghold of the Burning Legion. Years ago, Illidan used the Seal of Argus to open the way here and was met by one of the Naaru who delivered a dire message. To understand the Illidari's connection to the Void, you must see what Illidan saw when he arrived. Hostile spirits in the area should provide the necessary power for our needs. Defeat them to release their essence, and with their sacrifice we peer into the past.
Do not give in to the power of the Legion.
I will join you, Laura. No, I need you here, Leona. Take this incense, place it at cardinal points around the platform. Okay. I mean, who would look up, honestly? Oh, God! Nobody looks up. I think it's the name of a movie, isn't it? Yeah, there's some kind of like old man who's given a device so he can actually speak English.
Lord Illidan knows the way.
Yes, that looks like enough. We're nearly prepared.
Remember.
We have what we need. Prepare yourself to see Illidan's confrontation. Illidan, your enemy is far greater than Sargeras and his Burning Legion. Wonderful, as if they were not strong enough. The Void is a more potent foe by far, and confronting it is your destiny. My destiny is not dictated by you, Naro. The Naro wanted to recruit Illidan to fight the Void. Fascinating. Yeah, then Illidan killed Zira. Just saying. But yeah, no, that's actually from the Illidan book. A bit paraphrased, but it's still there. So, the Naaru approached Illidan and warned him of the Void. They wanted to recruit him to combat what they believed to be Azeroth's greatest threat. But the Illidari are not soldiers following orders. We are predators. Killers. I'm right here, you know.
Walk your own path.
I've only ever wanted to protect my people, just how the demon hunters protect Azeroth.
The Void offers endless possibilities.
I'm curious, did the Naaru persist in their attempts to sway Illidan? They did. Would you like to see how it turned out? And I'm pretty sure... Yeah, this is one of the best cutscenes in the game. Okay, cool. In case you missed it back during Legion. Interesting they put it here, though. Hi, Adam Suda. Still a great cutscene. I don't even care. The tattoos that mark our flesh are more than just ink. They are a promise inscribed across our flesh. The promise that we will hold back the dark and the infernal with our very bodies, that our lifeblood is a currency used to purchase Azeroth's future. Surprised. Not simply rage and defiance manifest, although we're also that. Help Leona collect the vitae of the void. We'll be using it to inscribe her tattoos, affirming the vow she made to protect her people.
If we do not meet again, die well.
Voidstorm is a world of apex creatures. One in particular, the Ultradon, stands above the others in strength and ferocity. It's almost like it's an Ultralisk! Make no mistake, we are the true apex predators wherever we go, because we are willing to go to any length to dominate. I see no better creature to harvest for her tattoos. Head to the Nexus Point, defeat as many Ultradons as it takes to find the perfect implement.
Remember, nothing is more important than the Legion's destruction.
I think I just kind of missed all of that as Mirastar, for which I am quite grateful. That's up to you, Kraken-san, if you want to show it off. It's still a shame it's not a party mount. I actually think I made the right call, because I tend to prefer to fly around in something that someone else could fly in, so I'll probably stick with the Legion one. I still want it, just, you know, less so. Oh yeah, Alari's great. I would actually say Alari is probably my... yeah, I think she might actually be my favorite Illidari. There's a couple that are really cool. There's the woman from the cutscenes, which I can't remember her name. So yeah, Kraken-san got super lucky last night. Check it out. This is a druid form, for those of you not aware. It drops off of Mythic Fyrak. Not that. The other one. Show off the special. Assuming it has one. I mean, the lion does look good. I'm not... There's also a moonkin in there that I want to get someday. A fire moonkin. I forget what else. Oh, it doesn't do it in there? Oh, okay. Yeah, it does this weird owl thing. Everything burbs. I like it. Congrats, Kraken-san. But yeah, Alari's really cool. I also happen to like Altruist, Try to Be Shocked. And I can't think of her name all of a sudden. The demon lady, what's her face? I'm so sick of this mount. Oh God, kill me, Mr. Red. Kill me. Wait, Aldris is in Belamith? I don't think I've seen that. Whoops, I'm going the wrong way. Wait, this way. That's her. Lady Malevolence. I unironically wish we saw more demons like Lady Malevolence. I don't mean positively inclined, although that too. I mostly just mean demons that are not, you know, enslaved or with the Legion. I feel like there's a lot of possible storytelling they could do there, as I've talked about before. I keep talking about the Warlords era, right? Oh, and speaking of Mook, I'm going to talk to the co-op group if they want to participate in Mythics. Just so you're aware of that. I don't know, I'm going to let them decide.
The universe is full of mystery.
Have you noticed anything noteworthy?
Shirel-Aran.
The Devouring Host is capturing local fauna and augmenting them. We're likely to turn them loose on their enemies. We should be careful. No, I think we're fine. Oh yeah, by the way, fun thing about Leona, and this has been true since her inception, she only has one glaive. Just a nice little touch. It's interesting contrast then to Alari, who doesn't use a glaive at all. She uses a giant scythe. Yeah, go. Damn it, Alari. Oh. Yep, pretty sure that is, in fact, Adaris' glaive. It's the Legion launch event glaive, in terms of visual. There we go. Oh yeah, a small bit of an FYI for that mount that Kraken-san just showed off. It is tradable. Which I did not know, which is the only reason I'm even sharing that tidbit. So on the off chance you want to go grab it, take a group. Increase your chances. Thank you for the sub, Chill Pangolin. And I will put that towards Sonic Adventure 1. Princess Peach Showtime. And Hayseed Knight. That would be cool as Maristar. The problem is you'd pretty much have to be able to transmog pole arms or staves or both onto glaives. I've said it before, they need to just let us do whatever with whatever. You know? You need to be using the item on the corpses, by the way, Mr. Rip. I just realized why you're not getting progress. I mean, agreed. Armor types are out of date at this point, and have been for a very long time. Those of you not aware, back in the day, that is to say, in vanilla, armor type actually mattered. There was a fairly large distinction between leather and mail, just to even use like the immediate comparison there. Back in vanilla, by accident, there was a benefit to going with armor type that was outside of your given type, depending on your setup. For example, it was not uncommon for warriors who were not tanks to wear mail gear or even leather gear because it boosted their damage. Or for a paladin healer to use a whole bunch of cloth gear, which is something I actually did. Now, there was a huge trade-off, that's the catch, and that trade-off was you had substantially less armor. And back in vanilla, armor was a huge portion of how much damage you didn't take. Yeah, it's one of those weird things. Armor mattered more in vanilla because it was worse designed. Now, for the record, I think we could go back to that. With good design, they just have chosen not to, which does kind of suck, but whatever. But the point is, back in the day, it mattered. I mean, back in the day, cloaks had armor on them, for God's sakes. You remember that? When there was mail cloaks and, like, cloth cloaks. And then they're like, alright, all cloaks don't have armor now, and they just went down to, like, 5 armor each. It's like, oh, okay. Anyways, getting back to my point. That hasn't mattered in a long time. Ever since, pretty much BC, but ever since at least Wrath or Kata, nowadays you just get stats that you want on armor that you want, and you're just supposed to stick in your lane. You don't even have to unlock plate armor anymore, like you used to. So, yeah, artifact design. Nuke it.
Everything.
Or re-add it and do stuff with it again. Yeah, exactly. That's your options. I've had this particular conversation many times because it's the question I have constantly in the rewrite. Does a particular story element for a rewrite fit? Looks like you still need a bunch of stuff. If it doesn't fit, then you have two options. Get rid of it completely, or replace it. Fix it, right? Have leather armor that has a fairly large amount of strength on it. Or mail armor that has tons and tons of boosts to how much holy output you do. Holy damage or holy healing. Or stuff like that. Just add all kinds of weird, interesting little side armor pieces that could benefit classes that are non-standard. Giving the player options. And, you know, make armor actually matter for anyone other than a tank. But yeah, for transmog, to be very clear, looks like you still need an Ultradon thing. For transmog, there should be no limits, I'm sorry. I should be able to look like I'm wandering around as a mage on my paladin. I have thought that for a very long time. Like, just let me put anything anywhere, you know? We're already one step away from that. Just take that final step. Unfortunately, another player is fighting for Ultradons right now. Hashtag other players. Over here. Well, also, the class silhouette thing is a solvable problem anyways. Yeah, first of all, people don't care in PvP, but second, and arguably more importantly, we actually have the ability in WoW to go into a zone which just disables your transmog. So if you really care, if it's really a big deal, probably in, like, say, arenas, for example, just make it so transmog doesn't apply in arenas. Done. There you go. Boom. Like, even if it's an issue, which, to be clear, I don't agree, it is a solvable issue. That too, Mook. Like, we have gear now. We have actually a whole category of gear now. But called cosmetic gear. Stuff you can wear regardless of your armor type. Like this. Or this, or this. I could run around as a paladin looking like this. Nothing stops me from doing this.
We are all that stands between the Legion and annihilation. Azeroth must not fall.
Him.
We are all that stands between
The branding ritual we're about to perform is adapted from what demon hunters go through on the Fellhammer. But given Leona's unique nature and the experimental substitution of void energy for Fel, there's considerable risk here, more so than usual. Leona will be vulnerable, as will I. We found a secluded area to perform it, but we will still need your protection.
If we do not meet again, die well.
Now we head this way. To be clear, I do think it's possible to go too far with transmog. See most Korean MMOs. But that's kind of a different thing. If I could phrase this differently, the issue there is not that you can transmog anything. Anything. It is the selection of things that you can transmog. I think WoW has a fairly distinct art style and design to it, which I do not think it should walk away from. Right? Like, if I can... I know I'm going to get some hackles for this. I think FF14 does a little bit too much of this, too. Where you can get all kinds of transmogs that very clearly do not fit in the world of Eorzea, or not Eorzea. Whatever the world's called. I can't remember the world anymore. But they're there because they had a collaboration, or because it's some real life kind of a thing, or because of an event, or whatever. And I admit, I'm not actually a fan of that. I know, weirdo. But like, even this outfit right here, this is clearly Gilnean, right? It just screams Gilnean, especially the bowler hat, right? Like, that fits. I'm with that. Hang on. I've got a lot of outfits. Give me a minute. There's actually another one in particular I kind of want to show off to make my point. Of course, now I can't find it. Although, admittedly, a lot of the ones I'm going through are making my point for me. Like, even this literally looks like the patchwork harvest golems down in Westfall, right? This is a bit silly, I'm not gonna lie. But it is still in-universe silly. It is a Murloc pajama. God, am I even wearing anything on that? Holy crap. I don't think I've seen that on a guy lately. This is the actual outfit I wanted to show off. This is ridiculous, and I kind of hate it as a suit. But it does still clearly look like something that belongs in universe. It's still got... It does. Look at the style of it. Look at the overall approach and scope of how it's constructed. Speaking as a fashion geek, this just looks like what an in-universe Valentine's Day outfit would look like, as opposed to what an out-of-universe Valentine's Day outfit would look like, if that makes sense. The boots really sell it, honestly. Look at those. Yeah, the gloves, too. Got some nice detailing there. Where is Ashara's? I guess that's actually just here. Yeah, there we go. Hang on. I can't get rid of that. Whatever. I can't fully show it off, it looks like. Hang on. Maybe I can. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. There we go. There it is. Okay. So, yeah. That's literally what Queen Ashara wears. Actually doesn't look terrible on a guy while we're on the subject. Yeah, that's literally her outfit. That's actually her outfit. So oh, I'm with you, Mr. Ed. That's why I say, like, I think WoW is kind of edging its way up to the line of what I can only refer to as acceptability. Because it has some stuff that's like, okay. But it still fits, it's just, it's kind of reaching that barely point, you know what I mean? There it is, there's the actual suits, down in Legion. Speaking of, there's also these suits. These look very in-universe, while we're on the subject. There's, I love the light variant of these. I've actually used pieces of this armor on many characters. Every single one of these is great for transmog. Anyways, forgive me. Point being that I think they should just let us do whatever at this point. Keep consistent art style. I'm with that. But let us transmog anything onto anything. If I want to wander into battle as a demon hunter wielding some carrots and some corn, let me. Oh god, the tuxedo suits. I wanted to like those. I don't.
Baladash Balanore.
What, that? That looks great. What are you talking about? I've already complimented your transmog. I can tell it's multiple pieces from multiple sources. Oh, that's true. Wow, the cape fits so smoothly, I didn't even notice you put it on. Take that as a compliment. I'm dead. I can see it now that I'm seeing it there. Yeah, those capes fit a lot of things. There's a green flaming cape, purple, light golden, and red. And that fits a lot of aesthetics. There is one suit of armor that I'm actually okay with them not allowing us to transmog onto anyway. It's the heritage stuff. The racial stuff. Damn it. So, what just happened was Leona just said, we need it. This isn't working. We need a higher concentration of void energy. So she dragged her own self into the portal, at which point Alori said, wait! God damn it, follow her! We follow her. She's not here. We won't be able to find her. Let's return to the Howling Ridge. We'll need Umbric's help to get her back. Yeah, you know what? I'm okay with that too, Moog. Although, where's Mr. Red? Oh, there's Mr. Red. I have to admit, I'm not as strident about tier sets because we already have tier recolors. We have since vanilla, or BC. I'm actually not sure which. So, you know, my warrior can wear paladin gear. Excuse me. Is it? Well, I guess that counts. Because that's paladin armor right there, which I can see as a warrior. Stuff like that, right? There's another paladin suit that I can wear as a warrior. You get my point. I'm with the tier restrictions if they want to do it, as long as they keep doing the recolors, which I'm also with. Ritual completed. Are they still here? Are they talking? Is anything going on? Go ahead and abandon real quick. We know you need to. Let's try and reset this. Yeah, I don't understand your question, Elazar. See, I need to just learn Swedish. That's what it is. And then move to Sweden. Hey, I'll sure touch a cow. No, you want to hear me complain about transmog for a second. I don't like most of the warglaives in this game. I have quite a few. I don't like most of them. All of them have some issue or another. Like, you know, we got that, which is fine, I guess. These are okay, just not my style. And a lot of them are way too over-designed. Like, that's neat, but that's a lot. And I actively don't like those ones. These ones I just don't care for. These ones are fine, I guess. I want to like the chainsaws. I do. But I don't, and it's because of the exhaust vent. If the exhaust vent wasn't there, I'd be all over those. These are just silly. You know, I use these. That's kind of... These are weird. These are weird. These are gross. Not into, like, any of the Shadowlands-y stuff. This is okay. I actually kind of like that. It's from Avarice. But yeah, you'll notice I don't use most of these. It's because I don't like most of these. Like, these look dorky. I'm sorry. What the heck was this nonsense? And then we're back to Legion. Which is like, yeah, okay, sure, I guess. You may or may not have seen, the only ones I ever actually used in Legion were these things. I feel like the glaive, the glaive, the Night Elf glaive is in the game somewhere. I don't remember where. Now, to immediately contrast the statement I literally just said, for the warglaives I don't have, there's this thing, which is nice, admittedly. I probably wouldn't use it, but that is actually pretty solid. I like that. This is a lovely one. This actually drops in Magister's Terrace right here. It's the actual Spellblade. From Warcraft 3, from Frozen Throne, more specifically, which is pretty nice. The Dark Nara one is from the final boss, is how I'm going to describe that, of the most recent raid. But there is one glaive. I need to start farming it, actually, that I really like. Unfortunately, the one I really want I will never have because it's PvP only. Yay. It's this thing. I actually rather like the look of that thing. Look at that. It reminds me of Thanos' weapon in Endgame. Just this giant chunk of metal. And something about that just fits the aesthetic for what I'm going for. Maybe not that exact one. In fact, the one I'll have access to is probably this one right here, specifically. Well, most of these are from the Voidspire, the second most recent raid. But the two I'm most interested in are the two PvP ones. The one that's red, and the one that's violet. And ideally, I would have both. One violet, one red. But they both require you to have gathered X amount of conquest in Season 1. Now, there is a chance, once we enter Season 2, that those will become procurable. That does usually happen, right? Once you get out of Season, you can buy them for cheaper because of cosmetic-y stuff. Sometimes it happens in an expansion shift, sometimes it happens in a Season shift. We'll see. But they're the only glaives that have tempted me for this exact character ever. Not a big fan. And I know what you're thinking. What about Illidan's glaives? Yeah, Azeroth is really low texture. I have had the warglaives of Azeroth on my warrior since Wrath. Ahem. Umbric, we lost Leona through an unstable void portal. Tell me you have a way of getting her back. What? It's possible she's drifted in the void, or somewhere on the planet. I can bring her back. We need to set up a beacon. May surprise you to know that the stabilization of the portal entry points is something I'm quite familiar with. If Leona lives, and I believe she does, she'll need beacons to triangulate her exit point. Take these beacons, set them up where I marked them on the map, and return here. If Leona's alive, she should be able to use these beacons to identify and stabilize her exit. If she isn't, let's focus on the task at hand right now.
The Rendori shall prove our worth.
I don't remember what Mayala uses. Oh, she uses the lights, the like the bleeding lightsaber. Yeah, no, that's a good one. I remember when fist weapons actually looked really good in this game. But I agree, the selection is not as great as it used to be. Having said that, I do love this thing. If you remember, I actually used the clockwork punch fist thing on my Pandaren monk. It looks great. God. The blade fist. Look at that thing. And yeah, we're already back to like vanilla stuff. There we go. Perfect. Yeah. Oh yeah. Perfect. That's interesting looking. Same style as the glaives I was just looking at. We know the goblin ones are the best, of course. For those of you who know, it's a giant shark jaw thing carrying a bomb in its mouth. Because of course it is. I like modern grays. I mean, again, my outfit for God's sakes. Okay, where am I going? Where am I going? I'm a little biased towards fist weapons because I used to play Hunter. And I actually independently invented the meta of a Hunter using 2 fist weapons because they tended to have agility and you could put 2 mana oils on them at the same time. And so you get 2 fist weapons that attack very quickly, get up into melee, and restore your mana very quickly. I was considered crazy when I came up with that meta, by the way.
We embrace power. We do not fear it.
Let's stand back. We'll need a bit of room for this. I was in the void, unmoored, until I heard your call, Magister. You're welcome. Dude, give us the straight-up Protoss glaive, you know? Foolish of you to jump into a portal, Leona. Was it? Look at her skin. The branding ritual was successful. That's beside the point.
I greet you.
That voice. The Dominar. I can sense it now. He'll come for us if we don't find him first.
Fate is ours to decide.
I'm not sure where I was when I stepped through the portal. Somewhere in between, void energy surrounding and suffusing me. Without Umbric, I wouldn't have made it back. I feel different now. I wouldn't have... I don't think this is over until we confront that Dominar. Will you meet us at the Voidspire? Sure.
Power is to be wielded, not feared.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, Janine. And, yeah, Janine, being a rogue, would know all about fist weapons in this game. Yeah, unique color for the glaive, kind of a death glaive.
New doorways have opened to us.
If you fail here, Leona, you will die. I will not save you. Listen to your teacher. Or don't. I look forward to devouring your very essence. You see, I'm evil. Wait. You're not allowed to hit me that hard. What are you doing? Stop it. No! What's a champion of Azeroth? Why does it hurt so bad? Ah, I haven't even gotten off a single cast. No! Ugh. Goodbye. Your void soul is mine. I'll give you one thing. Devourer's got the drip.
all paths are possible.
Leona's determination and willingness to fight for her people is admirable. She fought hard and sacrificed much to reach this point. Her life will be forever marked by those rituals, but the Rendor are stronger for it. Who would have thought such a dark and predatory world would be the catalyst for a brighter future?
We serve the Alliance.
The Rendor are beset on all sides, my former pupil. It's good to know we'll have you and those strong enough to follow you to protect our futures. With my very soul, Magister. And yeah, and so now, canonically, Devourers. Woo! I know this isn't directly connected to us getting the Devourer spec, but I've always liked to think that this quest chain is pretty much the point at which Devourer spec kind of becomes a thing. Just lines up a little bit, you know? Hey, Game Geek. Alright, now we'll go to this quest, which is this one.
With perseverance, strength.
A Dominar was harrying our back lines. It was different than the other Void Beasts, like it was playing rather than fighting. My partner led a squad to hunt it down and never came back. Callum's an Arathi through and through. He wouldn't fall here, I know it. Commander Lightblood refuses to send a search party, so there's a difference between personal and important. Well, the Vanguard can have their war, but I'm going to look for Cal.
Sunwell's glory shine on you.
I love how this thing's worth 10 copper. And because I already have it, that's all it's worth to me is 10 copper. Anyways, you never actually asked your question, Elazar. You just kind of faded into the background. See? At least you can sell most of them. Thank God. Okay. Yeah, no, nowadays, exactly. Sorry, I should clarify my sentence. That sure as hell didn't used to be true. Yeah, hey, you got a thing. Delete. Here's another thing. Delete. Search the bodies. I'll check for Callum. Yeah, I think that's actually horrifying is the word I'm going to use. Just, yeah. Confessor Revik's robes are sliced clean through. These are not the rough wounds of a wild beast, but the fine work of a trained swordsman. Shadows skitter across the surface of the strange metal bonded to his brow. Scout down his armor has been seared with holy light. Only an experienced priest could smite someone with such power. Her hands are contorted, locked in place by grafts of metal bonded to her skin. Riadrin's breastplate is punctured in several places with a wound that looks like the results of a rifle. Bands of metal spiral up his sword arm. Shadows flicker on the edges of the strange metal. Yep. I believe, yeah, that's these things, right? That's it. Yeah, these things, right? This mirror. I don't think I actually have... Yeah, I don't actually... Oh, no, there it is. As I say, this is the blade that was referenced earlier. This is Maella's. There's the glaive. Don't know how to get that. It's apparently a sword. I like the broken crystal swords from Voidspire, right? Yep, Voidspire. Oh no, that's Monoforge Omega. My bad. Excuse me. And there's the Goblin Sword, because of course. I think I have the Tri-Blade, because it's orange. But I can't use it unless I'm a Night Elf, maybe? Oh. No, whatever. Oh, is he yours? But I haven't had my fun yet. Aeneas, stay away. So I'm gonna stop looking at Transmog. This is a pretty serious and messed up quest. Okay, I didn't think that would actually lead anywhere. Okay. Okay. Can I go back? That sounds like a yes. Yeah, I've noticed one of the limitations of fist weapons is that you have to be holding something. Most of, my opinion, the good fist weapons are the ones where it's completely covering your hand. So it looks like it's just replacing your hand. Because otherwise it just looks like you're holding something. Do you see this metal? Shadow grafts. The Dominar uses it to bind others to their will. Imperia's beasts swarmed me. I lost track of them. I shouldn't have left you behind, but seeing that monster control Callum. I'm not losing him, not while I breathe.
We shall not falter.
Do you know how much... Do you know how long my kind live? How much time we waste and call it patience? The day I met Cal, I swore I wouldn't waste a moment. And I'm not losing him here.
What needs
Revik, Riandrin, Dana. That Dominar made them kill each other. The creatures here are bound with the same shadow grafts, the same twisted magic. This is how Imperia controls her victims. We have to find a way to remove it. Restrain the beasts. I'll attempt to break the bonds. If it's forged by void, then light can overcome it.
Baladash, Malanore. Sinu Amanore.
I feel traces of the light here. Dim, scattered across the plains, but unmistakable. It's Callum. I know his light like I know my own. That Dominar's a monster, using others like toys, smashing them together until they break. We'll find them. We'll find them and I'll turn that void beast to ash. One thing at a time. Find the light. Find Callum.
Shoreleron. Anu Belore Delana.
What add-on is it displays the piece for the sets I've collected? Can you clarify? Because I got a bunch of add-ons, and I'm not sure which functionality you're pointing towards. It's probably all the things. All the things is a collector add-on. It is exactly what it sounds like. It is not as customizable as I would like, if I'm being honest. But what can you do? Oh, so like these numbers over here? I have no idea. I really don't. Might be all the things. I do have something called Wardrobe Helper. Oh, that's kind of unrelated. I'm not sure what else it would be. That might be... Oh god, I don't even remember the name of it. Plumber, I think. No, apparently not. I don't know. I have no idea. By the way, attempting to remove Shadowgrafts does not share, Mr. Red. Okay, so we try to rip the Shadowgraft off one of the creatures, at which point she says, "Ugh!" Kills it accidentally. Okay, find another. So the second time, she says, hold it still. I'll try again. At which point, she kills it. Again, I'm pretty sure we could cure Shadowgrafting if we had the resources and the people, present. This is one random paladin doing her best to brute force a solution. It's probably not going to work. Please, just work! And she kills it. Oh yeah, while desperate to save someone. That's also something that's relevant here. So we found Callum's tinderbox. Signs of a battle. She's forcing him to fight. Good morning, Atalthakar. They always die. And yeah, think about that for a second. Remember, she's trying to save someone who means a lot to her, who is shadow-grafted. And so she's running around trying to save shadow-grafting, and it's killing them. What would be going through your head at that point? His shield. So much blood. Damn it! Keep looking. I am not losing him. And his necklace. Until the stars fade. I meant it. We'll find him.
We endure.
Removing Shadowgrafts kills them. What good is the light if it can't save one man? She's hurting him, throwing him into fight after fight. We don't have time to search this whole blasted plane. I can't concentrate. The void magic here is too chaotic, too volatile.
Chase your shadows.
When the light is called, it called both of us. Why? So Callum could die on some void-scarred rock? I can't think here. All I can picture is Callum bleeding out. Come, we'll return to camp. With his belongings, we should be able to find him. Then, I don't know. If we can't break the Shadowgrass, we'll subdue him and drag him back to Silvermoon if I must. I am not losing him.
May the eternal sun
I need to
guide you.
concentrate. Let's return to camp.
Glory to the Sindori.
Okay. The plan is simple. We find Callum, we restrain him, we drag him back to Silvermoon. Figure it out from there. I'll drown Imperium, the sun will itself if that's what it takes. Are you with me? Yeah, I got your back. Where are you, Cal? She's channeling through his tinderbox, by the way. There. I feel his light. Hurry! You could... Okay. And now, in case it's too faint to see, there are these light trails guiding us in a direction here. Now, some other player is already doing this quest, so we're going to just back off and wait for that to finish. Some other player who didn't even stick around for the cutscene to finish. Hashtag other players. Actually, you know what? I'm going to abandon the quest. Easiest way to do this. There we go. Because, yeah, she'll respawn right here.
Anubala Belorealan.
Camp. Frickin' wind, am I right?
We endure.
I'll get you
Anubala.
back. There we go. So now Callum is doing like, oh, you must stop me. And she says, no, I'm bringing you home. To which she says, he belongs to me. I had him. One spear thrust, I could have ended it, but he's still Cal, even with that monster controlling him. She clutches at her ragged cut in her side. Blood and foul void magic flow from the wound in equal measure. But chasing after him got me. Yeah, by the way, she has a debuff called Void Festering Wound. Healing received reduced by 100%. I knew we'd never grow old together, but I thought we'd have more time. Aeneas coughs, blood pooling beneath her. Flecks of void shimmer in the spreading crimson. Don't worry, I'm not afraid. I promised myself I wouldn't go home without him. I wouldn't spend a single night in an empty bed. I'm just keeping that promise. Don't let her have it. Take his tinderbox. You know what to do. And she pours the last of her light into the tinderbox. And then says, in Thalassian, which you only hear if you're an elf, until even the stars fade. You killed her. You wielded the blade. I wielded you. Callum's tinderbox infused with the last of Aeneas' light. Aw, he's broken. Not yet. Your chain binds us both. Hey, got a gift from a friend. Thank you, Aeneas. And he fades into the light. One last little step. Not quite done. Cal? Oh, no. It's over then. My parents always said falling in love with a human would end in heartbreak. She doesn't even lift her head. There's never enough time, is there? I felt it when he... Thank you. She accepts the tinderbox and holds it close to her chest. Her eyes seem to focus on something you can't see. Cal? I'm tired. Let's go home. Aeneas slumps over, her hand falling away from the wound at her side. I think that speaks for itself. Yeah, no, that's a good one. Excuse me. Thank you for being part of the show, Drax. Yeah, I got that down. For Killzone, Ratchet and Clank 3, and Horizon Forbidden West. Speaking of, I have saved one quest chain for last. Anybody who's done this zone knows what it is. Because you've probably noticed I've been avoiding it.
Time to move.
Ahem.
At your word.
Lothraxion deserved to pay for his arrogance with his life. Kieran didn't. Without him, I'd be dead. I know that Maella and Darkman feel the same way. Kieran's journal, the one you recovered for us, ended up with me. I knew Kieran, but Astray knew him better. The two of them had found a closeness I admired. Astray deserves to hold on to it. Last I saw Astray, Kieran was tending their wounds back at Locust Point. You were there when Kieran passed. They should know of his heroism and sacrifice.
Protect what you can.
By the way, just to make this clear, this is a quest dealing with the death of what would normally be a red shirt. If you will remember, during the MSQ, at one point Lothraxion decided to go off on his own. Now, that was already bad, but then several Void Elves were ordered to stay after him. The problem was he was not keeping formation, which meant they were now exposed to trying to keep up with him, because they were not keeping up with themselves as well as they could be. That meant they were then surrounded and attacked by several Void creatures, which Lothraxion was not helping them with. As a result, one of the Void Elves, Huron, sacrificed himself to distract the others and died in the process. This is a quest about the death of Huron. So we have Huron's journal, which I'll read in a second, and a worn envelope. It's addressed to a Sedona Dusk Spire. We'll get to that in a minute. You flip through the book and find a sealed envelope tucked in the journal. Let's see, 6 backpacks, 6 bedrolls, 60 times chalk, 6 flint and tinder, 300 feet of rope, 6 grappling hooks, 3 pickaxes, 3 skinning knives, 50 pounds pemmican, 10 desk torches, 12 water skins. Avoid sheltering in caves. We don't know enough about the fauna. I advise sheltering on high ground with tall stones to block line of sight with aerial predators. Draw on excess void when there is no other options. We only have a partial picture of the risks of its use. You shut up. Shut. We only have a partial picture of the risks of its use. I have heard enough about Xalata to wish to avoid her notice. Oh, Lurman. Do you have word from Huron and the others? So this is Astray. You probably didn't even notice this. Earlier, Astray and Huron were actually injured during the initial foray into this zone, and the two were taking care of each other. Astray stayed behind because they were injured. So Huron was the one who came with us and Lithraxian's group.
Hail, friend.
I've recovered some since we last parted, but the whispers continue to plague me. They're insidious, torturing me with what I lack, how I failed. Oh, what is that? How did you get that?
This is my path.
He accepts the journal and the letter with an empty and distant expression.
I choose freedom. I choose
see.
the void.
Huron is gone. Who is the letter addressed to? Just another arrogant blood elf in a city full of them. Sedona Duskspire, someone from Huron's past. Huron wrote that letter just before we came to Silvermoon. He told me he wanted to deliver it to her directly. He tried to before we stepped into the portal to the Voidstorm. Doesn't matter now. Astray spends a long time in silence, thumbing through the journal. Killed on another world, defending a city that didn't want him. There's so much we planned to do, and now... His eyes... he trails off. Sorry, they trail off, their eyes focusing on the journal's pages. Oh. The tea recipe Huron was telling me about. He was excited for its properties. He called it a purgative for the soul. Never had a chance to brew it. I know it seems stupid. I just want to taste his tea. The leaves should be nearby. Astray looks from Huron's journal to the worn letter. Their expression flickers with anger. I ask you, is it right that we Rendorai were exiled for some reason? By what right do you, Sindorai, I happen to be a blood elf, deny us access to our families, to our homes? Blood elves say we're a threat to the Sunwell. That's a lie. The truth is they're afraid of us, of what they don't understand. Are you? We're here to protect something of value. Kill any beast that threatened those flowers. Silverman could save itself. Why couldn't the Blood Elves have fought their own damn battle? I am currently doing the tea quest, even. You missed me crying earlier at the couple quest. I mean, Lorthamar is generally good aligned, but he's also a very competent politician. He's not stupid. He probably never wanted the exile to be a long-term thing. It's just not his style, quite frankly. In fact, I don't want to go too much into this, but I would go so far as to say that Lorthamar was out of character when he exiled the Void Elves. Which would make sense because it was during BFA, when everyone was out of character. Good morning, Pokemivo. No, seriously, go back. I mean, just watch my run of it. All of them are bad. Lillian, Rexar, Lorthamar, Bane. Everyone just acts like they're suddenly different characters in BFA. Probably because they lost their main writing team. Yeah, the quest that led to that exile actually happened in BFA. It was post-Legion, when Illyria was like, I would like to go visit the Sunwell, please. And everyone was like, sure, you're more than welcome here. And then she did, and then they're like, oh my god, you are a threat to everything, get the hell out of our city. Sure, Mook. I have no memory of that. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry. I have failed you. So they're brewing the tea. Magically. They're still elves.
Stay on your toes. Hail, friend.
Astray's thumbs through the journal with a detached expression.
Stay on your toes. This is my path. Stay on your toes.
I've put the kettle on. I trust you to brew it, if you wouldn't mind. It shouldn't take more than a moment before the tea is ready to drink. Let me try it first, in case it's poisonous. I'm the one who asked to try it.
Let them witness us.
Why wasn't I there? All the times he was there for me. Yeah, by the way, please appreciate the trauma of all this. Lithraxian's screw-up led to Astray being injured, so Astray was recovering. So Huron went in his stead, and then Lithraxian's screw-up led to Huron dying. Not to keep pouring onto that particular pile, but you know. It's bitter. You are weak and alone. That voice. What? Wait, come back here! And he teleports off. By the way, that's actually a Void Elf racial ability right there. Let's see. See, the thing is, that can't be, Luke. Because Void Elves are very recent. In fact, Umbric specifically became a Void Elf after studying Darkon stuff. Darkon stuff wasn't a thing until post Frozen Throne, or excuse me, post Warcraft 3, which is pretty recent. Whatever. Let's go help out Astray before they run into their own shade of grief and bad things happen. Speaking of, you will never be strong enough. The void takes you, just as it took Huron. Huron is gone, but I am still here. Nice backstab, by the way. I needed to face that part of myself. I'll see you back at camp, Laura. We have work to do. No, I think there is a bit of an asterisk there, Mook. Someone probably just forgot something somewhere. To be clear, the exile I was referring to, if there is another exile or not, was the one where where Lorthamar explicitly exiled Illyria and her Void Elves during BFA, which once again was pretty badly written. It's just everything was badly written in frickin' BFA.
Hail, friend.
I thought I could spare myself the bane by pressing it down. You barely even know me, but you've already done so much for me. Thank you.
We decided.
Rendor, I learned pretty early to check our emotions, that by controlling ourselves we can control the void. Otherwise, unsuppressed feelings lead to ruin, but I felt just now the powers of facing my feelings head on. Maybe I could have done it on my own, but the tea and your aid made it easier. We should share his recipe with the others. I'll retrieve the kettle you brewed.
I choose freedom. I choose the void.
The others are gathering at the Howling Ridge, right? I'll meet you there. Hang on, real quick. Just a moment of levity. It's freak this guy out for a second. Yeah. Okay. Just wanted to make him crap his pants for a second. Don't mind me. Terminus was defeated, but Obscurian Citadel remains overrun. You won't be safe, Astray. I have to see where it happened.
This is my path.
Just carrying the frickin' thing I can't think of the name of. Teapot. Tea kettle. I was never the best at magic, but my cantrips can at least keep the tea warm.
Stay on your toes.
I can't say drinking the tea is a pleasant experience, but it helps. And I want the others to experience that too. That Hiran left us a gift like this is so... him. He was always doing little things like that for others, for me. Sounds like someone I know. Evo! Share the tea with others, then join me at Obscurian Citadel. I know better than to be alone at a place like that.
We decide our fate.
It helps, but it takes a fight. Try it, you'll see.
The shadows serve us.
Hello again. I fought with this one more than enough. Shade of doubt. I have accepted that those I led to Telagras faced consequences. So long as I live, I will take responsibility for our people. We'll make things right. I'll meet you Obscurian. Sure, but first I want to help out a couple of people. So let's go to Sideros. Should be here? Yep.
Time to move.
Tell me about Hiran. Well, none of us had much chance to exchange names or pleasantries, did we? Hiran lost his life at Obscurian. His sacrifice saved lives, mine and Maella's included. Erator sent you to find him, and you returned with a journal. If I had to pick a word to describe him, I would call him reliable. He was always looking after others, especially Astray. They loved each other.
See you in the field.
Ghost Flower? How bad could that be? Shade of loss. So many dead, and for what? You should join them. The Amani, the Scourge, the Legion. I've buried so many of my comrades. But we have to fight. So long as we're standing, those sacrifices were not in vain. The tea helped me remember that. Thank you. Yeah, ironically, you know who Umbric reminds me most of? Velen.
Anything to report?
Have some tea. I've been a test subject for worse. Shade of regret. You are ruined. You are void. I know what you are. I have tried and failed to let you go. But I know I am with my people. They have my back and I have theirs. Slash bow. It's funny because Velen is far more faith and hope, whereas Umbric is far more research and intelligence, but otherwise the two share a lot of similarities, especially in their mentalities. Perhaps ironically, I think Umbric would make a great priest. I haven't fallen behind. Maybe I could... No, I can't change that now.
Hail, friend.
So this is where it happened. I came here to mourn, but there's something else.
Let them witness us.
I know Hiran died here, but I feel echoes of someone else, of a great clash, where void meant void. Hiran must have crossed blades with someone, something else, something that's still out there.
I choose freedom. I choose the void.
This world is violent and dangerous, but it has an order to things. After you and the others took down the Dominar that ran the Citadel and its arena, the food chain has fallen into disarray. Harrowers swarm the skies and darken the horizon. I worry they'll seek new hunting grounds closer to settlements if they aren't dealt with. Point them out for me. I'll use my grappling hook to pull them to the ground. Hiran's survival gear proves its use when we need it, as always.
Let them witness us.
I've heard from the other scouts about the metal, the Shadowgraft. The Dominar use it to enforce control. I have to imagine there's someone holding the reins still. Maybe it's Zalatath, maybe it's someone else. Gather the pieces. Maybe we could get a sense of the who.
We decide our fate.
It's like a burning desire for revenge. This isn't Huron's emotion. It's too cruel. Too hateful. There is a trail. Oh, absolutely, is Miristar. Burning on the... Sorry. I'm glad the song took off more than the cussing. Like, that was one of the original conceits, but you know what? I'll take it. We have gummy worms. They are super sour. You didn't hear it because I ran out of the need. You know, I didn't need more dialogue for it. But I kept singing a bit more than it was. And it was all about... I shifted from Candy into Pokemon. That was pretty much the joke. It was just this big, evil, death, dark, doom, gritty, rust metal singing about Candy and Pokemon. Killed my throat. Absolutely killed my throat. So much is overwhelming. I'm not like Umbrick. I want to be able to keep this up. Yeah, you're like not even a major combatant, if I'm remembering correctly. So let's not... Don't overexert yourself. Also, can I just say very quietly, just because I noticed nobody has mentioned it, I like how there's several non-binary characters and nobody treats that like it's anything big or special because it's just normalized. That's it. I just wanted to comment on that. No wonder they wanted you for this mission. You make it look easy. You have no idea what we are. And that's okay. Yeah, some people don't even notice that Dementius is actually non-binary. Doesn't even cross their mind because it's so normal. Or Decimus, sorry. Did I say Dementius? My bad. I guess Dementius would probably qualify too, but no, Decimus is what I meant. So it looks like Mr. Red needs one more? That's strange. Good morning, Raven. You two didn't think we'd let you do this alone, did you? Hi, Maya. Whatever it is, it's this way. Yeah, sorry, Decimus. God, people. Don't worry, I'll never do it again, Mr. Red. Ever. No, is Mr. The rifts. They feel like wounds, and they're oddly familiar.
This is my path. I choose freedom. I choose the void.
No, it's all the card. No! This is the work of a Dominar. Huron wounded it, but it must have taken something from him. Wait, I sense Silvermoon. Who's that scrabbling on my ridge? You won't delay my revenge. That Dominar's trying to open a portal to Silvermoon. How's this possible?
Hail, friend.
That must be the monster that killed Huron. It's tearing a back door for the Void's forces to pour into Silvermoon. You're not like the people I left in Silvermoon, Lorma. I'm doing this for Huron, but if you want to save your city, I'll do it for you, too. Signal Umbrick, let's do this together.
Decide our fate.
What's funny, I was actually deliberate. I shouldn't have done this. I deliberately wasn't pointing out
With an open
Astray and Hiran because they show up several times and they are a part of the lead-up quests. They're in almost every single lead-up quest up to when Hiran dies. And then they both go quiet from the MSQ until this quest chain.
maintain focus.
WoW is actually quite good about its internal continuity. That's been true for a long time. Cataclysm, right? You could not save him, and his city falls next. Dead puppies, yes, yes. This hurts a little bit. Oh my god, why does this hurt so much? Oh god, it's the champion! Ah! Rift sealed. Obscurian Citadel threatens Silvermoon, no more. We could have only done this together. Let's head back to the Howling Ridge. It's the bat! I mean, that is kind of the vibe, right? We show up and people are like, oh god!
Stay on your toes.
A violent world can be home as long as it's got the right people. And I've got mine right here.
My path.
There is one unresolved matter. They reach into their pocket and reveal the worn letter you had packaged alongside the journal. They run their fingers over it with a pensive expression. Hiran wanted her to have it. She should know what happened to him. This is on me. Silvermoon, again. I guess I'll see you when I'm back.
Let them witness us.
I won't be long. I'm not welcome there anyway. Umbra glances from Astray to you.
I have much to teach
I've
you.
had my share of verbal spars in Silvermoon, but I believe it's better we maintain civility with our Sindori brethren. That is not a belief Astray shares. I have concerns with them going to Silvermoon alone. As a blood elf, I can say, let me handle this.
The light is not the...
You have my deepest gratitude. I'm certain Astray won't start any fights with your kin while you're there. Yeah, I never thought they could turn Umbric into an actual character, and here we are. I should know by now. WoW has had a long track record of turning nothing burgers into great characters. Varrock, excuse me. Oh, god damn it. Hang on, I'm coming. Mr. Ed, I'm coming. Eretor is another good example. You remember when he was just a throwaway reference to Illyrian Turellian back in BC? Yeah, you remember when Nazgrim was a quest giver in Wrath? He's dead. God, I didn't even make it in time. So what you're saying is he's frozen on the glacier. Moira's another good example, yeah. I was shocked. Like, Moira's actually been a recurring character for a while, but War Within just took her and ran with her. What? Come to commiserate? Did he abandon you too? Hiran's gone, Sidon. We were sent into the Voidstorm. The mission was... It doesn't matter. He died protecting his people. Light, I'm so sorry. Do you want to come inside? We can talk. You should go talk. I only came to deliver the letter, but maybe there's some things that need to be said. You don't need to stick around for this. I'm going to stick around for this.
I choose freedom. I choose the void.
Sedona, this is Lorerunner. Do you mind if he joins us? You are both in the storm? Please, come in. He also has something here, and you still have plenty of tea leaves, right? I actually do. Smells like bitter medicine. A little citrus from Eversong might balance it out. Back in the Voidstorm, the tea manifested our negative emotions. But it helps. The void's allure, power to cost. Cost be damn, right? The sun well renewed, our mana addiction cured. Was what our people fought for really not enough? The light exacts its own toll. The rigid order, the stifling, constraining. We're just not the same. He said the same thing. I tried to make peace with it. I just can't. Hang on. Let me go grab some citrus. By which I mean a knife. Yes, it's therapy. Therapy tea. Let's get some sun fruit here. Try the tea. It can help. Care to try it as well? You brewed it. I don't want to see what's in my head. A cup of ghost flower tea with sunfruit. So, we have a choice. What do we feel as we drink the tea? Regret, change, being alone, fear, losing control. I have mastered my emotions. Don't drink. I will pick losing control. I am a demon hunter after all. It's good. Refined. Takes me back. The sunfruit mellows it out. Good idea. We share excellent taste after all. They both laugh.
This is my path.
Okay. Astray and Sedona do not notice the shade of yourself. What do you say to yourself? It's going to be okay. Hang on a sec. Sorry. I know you can do it. You have a lot more work to do. I have to do better. We have failed, but we have to keep going. You're doing amazing. Keep it up. How's it going? Damn, I look good. Or just nod at yourself.
Hail, friend.
At least I'm not visiting my parents.
This is my path.
I'm glad we went through this. Thank you for coming back. And by the way, one of the rewards is a thief ring of remembrance, and one of them is a magister keepsake.
We decide our fate.
We'll give you some space to read Hiren's letter, Sedona. It can wait. Stay, Astray. I'd like to enjoy the tea a little longer, if you don't mind. Did he also wake you to Thistletea? Ha! The leaves were so hard to come by until Augurs. Thanks for everything, Lord. I'll see you back at the Howling Ridge tomorrow. Astray and Sedona carry on their conversation, lost in shared reveries. Baby game for babies. So let's see how well the zone formed. Because that's actually it. That's the end of the secondary stuff. It is MSQ go time. Let me count really quick here. I actually did a little bit of cleaning up of this last night. So all I have to do now is tabulate. I knew it. You just care about the X, Mr. Red. Yeah, that tracks. So, I'm just going to give this away. Voidstorm did not beat Undermine. That's not surprising to me, to be quite honest with you. Still an extremely good zone. In fact, I do believe that's going to shove its way into the... hang on, so where's our list? That means it's right here. So, Undermine... So the current list for the Nibikers is Undermine, Zulaman, Hallowfall, Ashkahet, Voidstorm. It's the 5th best zone we've covered. 72. Yeah. Yeah. That tracks. Really, really good zones. All 5 of those. Yeah, Undermine does have the benefit of being an entire patch dedicated towards it and something they've been building up to for years. So... I mean, the fact that any of the other zones are in punching range of that, despite being leveling zones, says something. Hey, Ulto, thank you very, very much for the sub. Give me one moment. I'll jot that down. Find my notes, which exist. Here we go. Band of Conqueror 1R. Alpha Centauri. Hang on. Alpha Centauri. And Rogue Trader. Done. Yeah, I doubt Coiled Isles is going to be as good as the Undermine. We'll see. Okay. So, MSQ, huh?
I greet you on behalf of Silvermoon. The light of the Sunwell.
Hey, here's some endgame stuff you've unlocked. That's great.
The beauty of Eversong endures.
Sure. Oh, well.
I proudly serve as Regent Lord.
Champion. The Sunwell holds for now, but the Vanguard have begun to deploy the bulk of their forces to the Voidstorm. Lady Liadrin has requested your assistance at the Sunwell.
I have received word from Magister Umbric. The way to the Voidstorm is clear. I sent Lady Liadrin to inform the Vanguard's commanders that they may deploy at once and leave our city in peace.
Baladash, Malanore.
Yeah, you can tell we're back into MSQ, because all of a sudden there's voice acting. We'll see, Ismira Star. I've been thinking about that exact thing. And I'm not sure yet, but we'll see. Fun fact, I actually have not done story mode. Just me and my friends, when we got here, we just LFR'd it, right? You're not the only person to tell me that, Ismira Star, and I don't blame you. Like, it's very goblin.
Your redeployment leaves a scant few behind to empower the Sunwell.
Yeah.
I answer to the light.
Would you check in with the Vanguard commanders for me, champion? I must explain to the General why the Sunwell must not fall.
My soldiers...
You think too provincially. We need the full might of the Vanguard to defeat Zalatan.
So this is Bellamy. I've been pointing her out a few times. Nice condescending way of saying that. You think too provincially. She's trying to save people. This is not about territory or lines on a map. That's a city right over there. Whatever, let's go talk to Velen Lightblood, another guy I've been pointing out. This is the guy who tried to arrest the friendly warlock back in town.
We are the wrath of the Sunwell. Prepare yourself, champion.
Okay. So...
My soldiers are too accustomed to sparring with the light. They need to learn the tricks of other martial traditions.
Yeah. So Mr. Red asks, what is the end goal of the Vanguard of the Light? It's funny you say that. It is actually the exact end goal of the Light in general. For everything to be the Light. Once they defeated the Legion, excuse me, we defeated the Legion, but they're like, alright, that's done. Now we're going to go fight the Void. Assuming they somehow ran over the Void, their next step would be everything else. Probably going down the list, so to speak, in order of, like, evilness. Oh, hey, it's War Chaplain Sen. Hi.
Are you with the Holy Light?
You are a beacon in the darkness. We will succeed, no matter the cost.
The Light is naturally expansive. And these guys are very attuned to the Light.
Those modifications fitted or we'll suffocate. The air on the other side is thicker than my Grand Slam stew.
Ooh, I'd like to try that stew.
Ready to smack some blueberries? The Grand taught me to fight the good fight, even if it seems hopeless. And to put me faith in the light. Though 2 tons of light blessed steel warframe bolsters my courage.
Yeah. Yeah, me too.
Anaria Shala.
Yeah, I know. Ready to smack some blueberries? Because Voidwalkers, right? We persevere for now. The quicker we face Zalatat, the quicker we can be all put this all behind us.
Remain vigilant. Pleasantries can wait.
I must return to Silvermoon, but Terrellian has commanded all able-bodied champions to meet him at the muster point outside the Voidspire. The forces of the Devouring Host will fall one way or the other.
We have left you a token force to hold back the Voidstorm. Light willing, it will suffice.
We both claim the light as our guide, but yours is a sterile, cold faith I scarcely recognize.
Let me introduce you to the Scarlet Crusaders sometime, Leanna.
We can't spare the troops. Those ethereal cannons have us pinned down.
I hate to keep praising Terrellian, but you know how you can tell he's the moderate of the Vanguard? He has no problem sitting and chatting with Umbric. Do you remember what the other leaders of the Vanguard wanted to do with Umbric? I'll give you a hint. They wanted to murder him for the crime of being near the Sunwell.
My arrows strike true.
Come with an open mind.
You've made it. Good. As you can see, the enemy was prepared for our arrival, even if we were not.
The light.
The ethereals on the nearby plateau are forcing us to ground our heavier weapons. We need to neutralize their turrets before we can begin our assault. Speak to Umbric. He'll help you gain a tactical understanding of the battlefield.
We're being hit from all sides. We need a tactical assessment. Umbric, the champion can assist you.
Alright, Umbric, what you got for... Where the heck is Mr. Red? Are we layered? No. Are we layered? What's happening here, Mr. Red? I don't see you. I lost you! Oh, you're behind me. Alright, well, we'll just pause for a moment. So, Mook is... I think it was Mook. Mook says we don't really know that. And you're right. We don't know with total certainty, but... I mean, come on, it looks like an apple, it smells like an apple, it tastes like an apple. Everything about the Vanguard indicates that if they are allowed to go to an extreme, they will accomplish exactly what the light is. It's light. It just expands until it is everything that is. If there is nothing containing it or checking it, there is simply nothing but light. We also know the Naru want that. That is their end goal, regardless of the Vanguard. Now, that makes sense, as weird as that may sound. A lot of real-life existence is formed by a similar concept. A would technically push infinitely, if not for B pushing back, right? Right now, who's in charge of Stormwind? That is an extremely good question. Because, I mean, for all intents and purposes, it's Turellian. Not literally, but kind of. Like, remember, Greymane bowed out, right? He's gone. He's put away the throne and put away the crown. And Anduin has actually deliberately gone out of his way to not acknowledge his own claim to the seat, even though it is technically his throne. So that leaves the nobility.
I have much to teach you.
With this device, you will be able to view the tactical situation in relative safety.
Oh, hello. There we go.
The devouring host has been drawing out Vanguard forces and picking them off. They won't last long without rescue.
I think the reason you're thinking that, Mook, is if you go to Stormwind, right now, actually, you'll see Turellian standing on the throne. It's because in lore, he was the one who was just kind of caretaking the leadership spot during the 5-year gap in between Shadowlands and Dragonflight.
Look! One of the Vanguard officers has been captured. I've been trying to track these beasts, but their use of void portals makes it nearly impossible.
No, it doesn't, Mook. As much as it's disgusting, the House of Lords is the more logical choice there. Because again, Greymane's out and Anduin's nope, and they don't have a clear line of succession. Or any other kings.
My own people, captured by the Ethereals and their life force siphoned to power these turrets. I could scarcely believe it until I saw it with my own eyes.
Oh my god, it's Breath of Fire 4 all over again.
Rescue them, champion.
Let me out. There we go.
We embrace power.
Hold up. Pandaren Cowboy. That looks really good, actually. Speaking of, how many of you noticed I slightly changed my own outfit? Boots, belt, and shoulders are different now. I think it works really well, personally. The boots have the spurs and the little side things I don't know the name of. Belt is obviously a nice big buckle belt, which actually then complements that. And the shoulders just, I mean, come on. Now if I could just find some glaives I actually like. On the plus side, there's glaives in there I would like for this outfit, but whatever.
Greetings, traveler.
Now you see what assails us. Taking out the turrets, saving the Void Elves. Primary objectives.
Do not bend to the whispers.
The Ethereals have been striking out from the Overcroft, harassing our forces where they can find them. If you can bring the fight to them, it'll take the pressure off our muster. Can you do that for us?
Shadows watch over you.
Their very life force is being siphoned. This cannot be allowed to continue. Head into the Overcroft and free my fellow Void Elves from the Ethereals' clutches. With their freedom, the turrets will have no power and Turellian will be able to launch his warframes.
The captured Rendori are links in a chain. Break that chain, and our assault can truly begin.
What? Hang on. Too close to an NPC, apparently.
Right, Umbric. Freeing your people gives us the opening we need for an assault.
Actually, that's a good point. We still have Daneth, don't we? So we have Daneth, Greymane, and Anduin. That is the full and total list of kings left amongst the humans. Kalia doesn't really count because she's frickin' dead. I suppose that's a lie. There's also Greymane's daughter who I suddenly can't think of the name of. It's still a small list. Tess, thank you. Test screaming.
The void enslaves you, while I am empowered by it.
Yeah, you'll notice, by the way, again, I don't want to keep praising Terrellian, but you'll notice the massive difference in how Terrellian is treating the Void Elves versus how Lothraxian was treating the Void Elves. Why can't they change their government system in Stormwind? Well, there's this group called the House of Lords, right? Well, also, Terrellian has always been had a fondness for elves in general. Again, there's a reason so many of the Blood Elves are so fond of Terrellian. It's because they remember him fighting with them during the Second War. Like, Haldoran's basically his brother, right? And honestly, ditto with Lorthamar. And yes, sir, that is correct. I don't recommend it, Mr. Red. It's not a great game. Important. I look forward to reviewing it. It will not review particularly well. I pretty much guarantee it. Won't be as bad as Warcraft 1. That's a whole other thing.
The Voidspire will fall, Ethereals!
By the way, you might not have even noticed this. The specific Void Elves we're freeing are the named Void Elves we've been doing side quests for most of yesterday. Yeah, exactly, Luke. I've actually been thinking, I wouldn't want to do this specifically, but it would be interesting to see Stromgarde kind of become the new, what we think of now as the humans, and Stormwind kind of converting into something a little bit more egalitarian.
Here, take this message back to Xalatath.
Especially since Stormwind is already poised to be a trading hub, which is something they need to be something like a Merchant Republic. Yeah, Gilneas is reclaimed, Stromgarde is rebuilding. Lordaeron's gone. Let's just let that one go. Be interesting to see them do something with Alterac, though. No, you're right. I mean, look, we're basically in Outland right now. Look at it. And War Within was very down-to-earth and very resetting the board kind of a thing. And we're going back to Northrend in Last Titan.
Well done, champion. You've struck a decisive blow against the devouring host. With Umbric's help.
Yeah, Bellamy. Alright, sorry.
The shadows serve us.
Thank you. The Ethereal's focus will be turned inward for a time and give us space to move.
Do not bend to the whispers.
Finally! The name of this quest is 2 Tons of Metal and Holy Fire. Finally, the might of our warframes can be brought to bear. With the Overcroft's air batteries silenced, our powerful warframes will be able to perform strafing runs on the Spire, softening the opposition to our siege. If you'd like, you may have the honor of piloting one of these warframes in the glory of the light!
Champion, report to Commander Mountainfist. We'd be honored if you would join the Warframe assault.
Okay.
The Void Cannon's had us squatting in a ditch since we got here. Seems only fair we return the favor. Got to give it a go.
Let's do it. I actually have one of these myself from Legion. And yeah, it's mentioned in lore that warframes are silly. Like, you know how there's like a division of units in Warcraft 3? You've got your basics, you've got your mediums, you've got your elites, you've got your heavies, you've got your air, you know, right? Then there's the, there's another category of units in Warcraft 3. This is true. It's campaign-specific units, because you're not allowed to have them in normal play because they're silly. Like demonic orcs, for example, right? The Fel Orcs. That's what this thing is. This is a silly unit.
I can see why the light called you to this fight. You're an inspiration to all of us fighting the Void.
Yep. No, that's true. The light did call me to this as a reminder. That's a real thing that happened. I still love that we're in the cinematic, you know. I like to think that the hand that goes on Liadrin's shoulders is ours. I've always liked to think that.
The light still blesses you. This darkness challenges all of our faiths.
I see my son is spending his time with the wounded. Do a father a simple favor. See if he could use your assistance.
Check in with Erator if you haven't had a chance yet. He's over on the other side of Cap, tending to the wounded.
Actually, yeah, hero unit. I can see that. I mean, it's one step away from being canon. It's just... Like I said, we're summoned. We know that. That is canon. It's just, I like to think that we're the hand.
Oh, champion. You're here. Good. I need your help.
What's up, Erator?
We must protect those in need. Light preserve...
Our vanguard forces have been harrying the devouring host, probing for weaknesses and gathering intelligence. Unfortunately, nearly all of them have succumbed to the host. We're too late to help those who have fallen, but maybe we do something to remember them by. Will you do this? Recover mementos of the fallen so they can be returned to those they fought to protect.
Be alert for opportunities to help.
Oh,
what can I do?
We're more than just an army, even if my father doesn't see that. We are a fellowship, joined by a desire to protect those that matter to us, and those that don't have a protector of their own. And that protection extends to the wounded on the field.
We need you in the fight, champion. The Vanguard has rushed out full of conviction, and its soldiers return here, to the infirmary. We need to get out there and help those still on the battlefield.
Well, let's friggity do it then, Jesus. Cure is an interesting word, Mad Overlord, but the truth is, I don't know is my answer. One of the things I used to do when I was younger, to have a kid's turn, excuse me, is I'd take turns. One person would be playing on one side, one person would be playing, the other person would have the strategy guide, right? And then we'd switch. We'd switch who was actually on the controller. And by that way, we could do kind of like a pseudo co-op thing.
We are the Seekers of Light.
Here, within the protection of my light, we will defend you.
One of the things I do like about this expansion, and this is going to sound very strange, is that the light is not inherently bad. No, think about it. In a lesser story, the light would just kind of switch to being the bad guy faction, and that's it. But we see kind of some issues like that alongside people like Eretar, Liadrin, or indeed possibly the player character.
May the light bless the fallen and safeguard the living as we hold back this evil from our world.
Yeah, no, exactly. Kira White Noise. The light is a tool. No more, no less.
Heal as quickly as you can. Regroup at muster point. Champion, defend them.
Yeah, exactly, Poses now. Oh, 100%. Horde Prime would be a light wielder. Perhaps most amusingly, his primary source of faith would probably be himself. Which is kind of messed up to think about, but yeah, it's whatever. Yeah, I think this event kind of glitched out a little bit.
It's good you are here.
Okay, moving on. Just gonna walk across this giant battlefield of death. Don't mind me. For the light. By the way, how many of you noticed that several of the void creatures are fighting each other? Just nice little bit of NPC set dressing going on there. So here's the real question, Matt Overlord. Let's say you Lightforge a Demon Hunter. Does that get rid of the demon that is in them, or does it convert the demon soul into a Lightforged as well? If you do it with a Death Knight, does that remove their desire for killing that the second Lich King baked into them? Imagine a light Death Knight who still needs to kill.
Heal within the protection of my light. We will defend you.
Remember, that was an artificial requirement that the second Lich King baked in because he was a dick. See, I'm thinking convert as well for the Demon Hunter. But the Death Knight thing...
We would have died if not for you.
I legitimately don't think that light forging a Death Knight would... a second Lich King Death Knight would get rid of the need for killing. To my knowledge, no. Pillagers, no. They've never talked about it, but also, logically speaking, nothing indicates that Bolvar, the third Lich King, would have baked that in. Right? Oh, hey.
Thank you. We'll regroup for the next assault.
That actually count. Did you see that, Mr. Red? That was the group that bugged out earlier. Ah! Okay, let's get some loot.
All these poor souls were peeled off from their units. We should stay together.
Hypothetically, yes, Kira. Again, I don't think they've ever even discussed it. No, you know what? Actually, they have. We have actually seen one short story from the perspective of second-generation Death Knights, the Four Horsemen. And they don't even mention the need for killing. So I think that's as close to proof as we're getting.
Is that the devouring host is eager to prey upon our convictions.
Huh. I hadn't thought about that. Well, the second Lich King raised a bunch of Death Knights. That's most of the Ebon Blade. The second generation Death Knights were raised up by the third Lich King. Those are the ones raised up during the events of Legion and leading up to the events of Shadowlands. I need 2 more of these dumb things. Oh, Adora. What am I in combat with? Adora would 100% be a light wielder. Which is funny, because Catra would absolutely be void. And then they'd smooch. Alright, let's see. Are we both done? Yes. Okay.
Light preserve you, friend.
Have you recovered them? I'm sure these keepsakes will be a sort of comfort to their loved ones.
What can I do? We must protect those in need.
We were able to save so few. I'm pleased at the work we did, but I wish we could have done more.
We need you in the fight,
I
champ.
think we've done all we can for the moment. Let's return to the muster.
Thank you for all you've done, friend. For the Vanguard, for Silvermoon, and for me.
You're welcome. I got your back, Eretor. And yeah, that is correct. There is no Lich King right now. There hasn't been for quite a while, actually.
Illyria had scarcely arrived before she left to track down our missing officers.
It's been almost 10 years at this point in universe since there's been no Lich King. There, I finally got out of combat. Oh, for God's sakes, die! It's the Void Runner! No! I wasn't counting the actual first generation of Death Knights, because if we're being totally honest, that's just a misnomer. They have absolutely nothing to do with Death Knights, and I kind of dislike even calling them. The original generation Death Knights were a bunch of orc warlocks and, warlocks, who were dumped into the corpses of knights, human knights. That's not even close to the same thing.
It's good you are here. We need you in the fight, champion.
Vicious void beasts have been snatching our officers. I've been told you saw one from afar through the scryer. Those beasts are steeped in void energy, using their instinctual mastery of teleportation to strike our most vulnerable before melting into the shadows. Illyria has gone after them and sent a request for another pair of eyes. You can find her at a campsite in the mouth of the gorge to the east.
Champion, a word. I ask that you not mention anything to my mother about what happened at the Amani Pass.
What?
I've been waiting for my father to tell her about it himself, but it looks like I'll have to be the one to do it.
Okay. Yeah, this is a mistake, is the word I'm going to use for what's about to happen here.
I assume Eretor sent you to help me. I could use another pair of hands.
Sure, I got you.
Scraps of a Vanguard uniform. Officer emblem. Just as I thought. They're abducting the Vanguard's officers, champion. Is this just the hunger of the beasts? Or is Xalatath gathering intelligence?
By the way, I can't tell what I like better. Me, the demon hunter, glowing with the light, or Mr. Red, the priest, admittedly, the very dapper priest, glowing with the light.
We will find Xalatath.
These void beasts are elusive, able to open temporary void portals they can use to move short distances instantaneously. They may be beneath Tyrellian's notice, but they're having a devastating effect on the Vanguard morale. Between the two of us, I'm confident we can outmaneuver them.
I do not miss. Stay alert, champion. These creatures can come from anywhere.
Also, a very minor but interesting thing to note. The gear level for these quests, now that we are officially 90, has actually gone up a step. All of the side quests at 90 give 201 gear. The MSQ at 90 gives 214 gear. It's a small but relevant thing. Oh yeah, let me grab gear like this.
The soldiers from the Vanguard. They must have been dragged from their cot, then feasted upon here in the gorge.
Nom, 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 nom. Nom, 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 nom. Sorry, I was just so hungry.
This body is half eaten, torn apart by those scavengers.
Honestly, for viscerality, Pillars of Snow, I prefer Army of the Damned. But every time I've had a choice in that talent, I've taken the Abomination. So I suppose I prefer the Abomination.
This blood is fresh. Wait, champion. Do you hear that?
I do.
By the light, get off me, you beast!
A survivor! We're not too late.
Oh no, not another portal.
Sorry, that was me instinctively getting out of the void circles without realizing that was Illyria's attack. Look. I've been fighting a lot of void lately, okay?
Quickly, champion. I'll hold the rift open for you, and you can jump through and rescue her.
Hello? Is anyone there? I need help.
Hi.
My friends won't believe this.
Oh, thank the light. I thought it'd be food for sure. Can you free me from this thing?
Adventuring is wild.
I heard about these beasts, but I thought it was a rumor. Void creatures appearing out of void portals, kidnapping and eating our monsters. Sounds like a load of bunk. I thought it happened to me. There's a big one that got me, but he ran off. Please, let's get out of here before it comes back.
Another fine mess. Oh, you're not with the Vanguard? Not that I mind the rescue. Who was that woman you were with? Was that the High Exarch's wife? I mean girlfriend. Huh. I thought she'd be taller. Is it true? She has a dark Naru for a heart?
Yeah, Nadia is weirdly characterized and has a unique actress out of absolutely nowhere. It's a very strange choice. I don't mind. I like having, you know, unique NPCs as we go through a game. But usually you don't spend the extra time and effort on the actors unless you have a reason for it. Yeah, I was gonna say, either this is going to be a recurring character, or maybe she was like... Something Blizzard has done several times is they'll bring in someone essentially as like a favor, or, hey, I'd like to be a part of this kind of a thing. That's been happening for a long time. Go back to Vanilla, actually. So she could have been one of those. I don't know.
That's the big bastard that brought me here. Time to light him up!
Champion, you made it, and you managed to rescue the officer.
Oh, my light. It really is you. This is amazing!
Ham.
My friends won't believe this.
I know, you know, this day didn't start out so great, but I love how it ended up. Thanks again!
I'm excited and terrified.
Well done. Don't worry about this one. Well, I'll make sure she gets back safely.
I see through her plots.
With the Patriarch defeated, these cunning creatures should no longer pose a serious threat. Return to Torellian and report on your success. I will join you shortly.
With the beast slain, I can get back to camp on my own.
Then I will take my leave. It's been ages since my family was together, and Eretor wanted to talk to me.
Time and place, Eretor. Can we not... God damn it. So I literally can't get up to you, Mr. Red. Like, it's not physically possible. Just as a heads up. I guess we have some cutscenes to go through. Oh. I mean, as much as I'd love to be like the Lich King, or, you know, something cool like a Lich, or some kind of undead-y sort of thing. If we're being honest, I'd probably voice a troll. Just a troll. So I've never heard your voice, Spartan, so I don't know. Probably a... Whoa, I got really body blocked on that. Probably a druid, though. Doesn't matter what, just a druid.
You struck down our son?
So, hi, yeah, hey. That's what we land on, is that. Eritar told me what happened, what Torellian anguish flashes across her features. How could they keep this from me? And for so long?
She will not escape me.
It was an accident. A terrible accident. Seeing Eritor wounded like that. Thank the light he survived. He has forgiven me for it, and we have put it behind us.
No. What has happened to you? How could you attack Eritor?
It wasn't Eritor I was attacking. He leapt in front of a blow meant for a sworn enemy. I still don't know what possessed him to do it, but I did not seek to harm our son. I was acting in service of the light.
I am often reminded, mostly by people who serve the light, of the danger I represent. The Void screams at me to do horrible things. I suppress it, because I could never bear to hurt Eritor. But you, your light-blind wrath struck him down. You gave yourself to the light, and our son was the casualty.
What happened at the Amani Pass was my failing, not the light's. I will not renounce it.
Interestingly, he's right there.
Eritor needs his father. I need my love. You must decide if you wield the light, or if it wields you.
I could see that, Mook, but I would still disagree. The light is a tool. It may influence you, and it does. And it may cause issues, and it does. But at the end of the day, the light cannot force you to do something. You do something with the light. And we also know in Torellian's case specifically that his issue is his berserkerism, right? His switch to retribution. That's kind of the actual problem here. But yeah, obviously the light is influenced. I think most energy sources in this setting are influencing except like Arcane, which is weirdly safe. It's strange. I actually answered that earlier, Blizzard Snow. Forgive me for repeating myself. Viscerally, I prefer the Army of the Damned, but every time I actually play a Death Knight, I always take the Abomination. I don't know. I don't even know which one's better. Malygos went insane because of bad writing. I mean, because... No, Malygos went nuts because he went through a thing. That's why. Look, God, let's see. His best friend betrayed him, and he and Neltharion were best friends. And then Deathwing murdered most of his flight, so almost his entire family and people were wiped out. And then he was brutally ravaged to the point where he needed literal millennia to recover. And when he got up, he found out that his wife had been turned into an undead abomination. Oh yeah, also the Ethereals. I actually forgot about how they were involved in that too. So I don't think it was the Arcane. Yeah, there is a push from the arcane. It leads one to thinking more logically, more mechanically. But it's a really minor push, right? Compared to, say, the light or the void or the life or death. All these other things are much louder is the way I would probably describe that.
The light called you.
Whatever guilt and regret I harbor for my actions, reckoning with them will have to wait until the battle is won. We cannot lose focus now. Honestly, yeah.
This darkness challenges all of our faith.
So, do the Voidspire. Yeah, exactly. It's entirely possible that Arcane is technically... Oh, the elements totally push.
Vanguard of the light, the hour has come. Move with the champion's forces.
It is entirely possible that... But if you want to join the raid, you have about 10 seconds. It's entirely possible that the Arcane is actually influencing people as much as everything else is. But by virtue of it just being math, it just has less of an effect on people. Most sentient life is already quite orderly, right? As someone in chat mentioned this, and it's true, we're already kind of already a little bit arcane, just by virtue of existing. By virtue of being sentient. Yeah, Mr. Ed needs a little bit higher item level to queue for this. Do you have any vault right now? Like, can you get something from the vault? I mean, it's entirely possible that Titans are the avatars or whatever, the expressions of the arcane. That's in debate. But they are probably the most extreme versions of arcane that we see. Math taken to the point where it loses meaning. Not Mr. Red. I keep trying to say... So it says Mr. Huanta right there. That's why I kept trying to say Mr. Monobrand. That's true. We have met Alaneth, and we have met beings of arcane. They tend to be rather destructive. Join us, Evo. Give in. If you want to raid with us, this is your chance, Evo. This is a you thing. I don't know, Maverick. Shaman's going too deep? There's several, but of course I can't think of a big one off the top of my head. The biggest problem with Shamans is actually best demonstrated by Thrall and Ragnaros, though. Hear me out for a second. Ragnaros is an elemental spirit. Thrall is a shaman. Thrall reaches out to the spirits for aid. What does he get? Ragnaros, who is in opposition to Thrall. This actually happened quite a bit during Cataclysm, where a lot of shamans were either weaker, weakened because the elements were against them, or actually flipped to joining the Twilight's Hammer because the elements told them to. The problem is I don't have a really good big example of that, but it happened a bunch. Druids of the Flame, yeah, that's another good example of that. We also don't have a lot of examples of druids going too far into life. We know that is a thing, too. We know that if you give yourself too much light, you become, for lack of a better way to put it, too much of a Jedi. Insult intended. The original Worgen's a good example of that. And that was specifically druidic. They gave themselves too much to an aspect, and that went... what spec? I believe Kira Whiteness is going to tank. So that's a good question, Lord Harriman. I'm not sure if you can go too far spirit, which would also apply to shamans as well as monks. I think the biggest threat, if that makes any sense, if you went too far into spirit, would be that you would become a Loa. That's not really as the same kind of thing we're talking about, though. In fact, actually, now that I'm saying that out loud, that almost feels like a bit of a self-correcting situation, doesn't it? Yeah, I know, right, Lord Harmon? But think about it. That might be the preventing things from getting worse aspect of spirit energy, because spirit energy is involved in so much of the setting. Yeah, failsafe thing. I couldn't think of the damn word. A failsafe, because there's so much spirit energy, it's kind of logical that there would be a way to prevent too much spirit energy from being a problem. Because if we're being honest with ourselves, honestly, most of the champions, regardless of what our class is, are probably glutted with spirit energy. When you break it down, it's just we express it in different ways. Right? I mean, that makes sense. Yeah, a lot of fiction does the exact same thing. If you just gather that much... Hi. If you gain that much energy and power, yeah, you go up a step, right? And yeah, Draenor was wildly out of balance. Draenor was actually on the path to self-destruction until, oh god, I can't think of his name. Yes. No, not Agrimar. Or was it Agrimar? Hang on. Legion, and Taurus. It was Agrimar. I was right. I was catching myself because I wasn't sure. But no, it was Agrimar specifically. He's the one who found Draenor and was like, It is interesting to think that Draenor would never have survived as a planet, if not for that. Remember, not all the Titans are evil. I don't know what we need, Evo. Give me a minute. God, you're so patient. My goodness. Probably not, is Miristar. But yeah, for those of you wondering, what would have happened on Draenor is there was so much spirit energy that it was culminating in bigger and bigger concentrations of power. And as a direct consequence of that, they were eventually going to eat everything on the planet and then starve, put simply. Like, they were just going to drain the entire world of resources and then die. So Agrimar showed up and was like, alright, hold up. Let me get involved here. Now, we keep talking about how Azeroth has lots of spirit, and it does, but I should be slightly more clear there. Azeroth had tons and tons of spirit energy. It's just all of it went into the world. Well, I say all of it. A huge amount of it went into the world soul. Azeroth herself, the entity, has the majority of the planet's spirit energy. Yep, Draenor still had a war between the plants and the fungi as a result of just glutted with spirit energy. So a lot of spirit energy leads to a lot of life. A lot of life leads to a lot of dominant life. It's basically a filter. The natural path of, for lack of a better word, evolution leads itself towards more and more dominance of individual groups. And once they have simply become too dominant, they are the only living thing left, at which point they eat all the remainder of the resources and then they starve. So life would be better described as nature in this setting. I have no idea, Maverick. And don't care, we're not doing that. Are you joining, by the way? Join us, Maverick. Life. So life is nature, right? Okay. Life is all about the spirits and the forests and the animals and the plants and blah, blah, blah. Spirit is building blocks, right? It's underneath almost everything else. As I mentioned before, a lot of the energies are spirit energy at their core, filtered through something else, like the elements, which of course leads me to the elements. They don't really describe the elements all that well in this setting, interestingly enough, so we don't know why they exist or how they exist. It's just that they are. And, you know, it's the classic four. What do you get when you overdose on undead? I think we have a lot of examples of that, actually. Let's ignore Shadowlands. Let's just push that off into the corner. There we go. Okay. Having said that, I'm not sure we have a really good example of that. I mean, the Plaguelands is the answer, because undeath is different than death, right? It is its own kind of eternal state of rotting decay. I suppose the Plaguelands are a really good example of that. Now I'm thinking of, like, Arcane Lich, you know, stuff like that. So, I'm almost positive I can't group with you when you're an Alliance member. You can try it. But I don't think this is going to work. Yep. Can do it. Blood of Fell. And yeah, Ice Crown is death. There's no rot there. That's just straight death. Yeah, I was gonna say, honestly, Infernals are probably the most pure Fell entities we ever see. In fact, it has been argued for a few years that Infernals are the only true Fell creatures. Everything else is something that was converted into Fell. Listen, you Alliance scum! How dare you? Oh my god, it's like looking into a mirror. Hang on, let me put on my weapons. There we go. Now it's like looking into a mirror. Yes, yes. You can just look into those cold, dead, red eyes. Look, it's not my fault there's still some dividing walls between the two factions, Krakenson. I didn't make it that way. I didn't do that. Philelementals. Anyways, are you coming, Robert? Never mind, because I'm waiting on you. Alright. Yeah, this whole you can't group thing is exactly why we're not doing this on Dialogue. That is the reason. Hi, Janine. Again. I don't care what you queue as, Eva. Whatever you are comfortable with. No, at this point in time, both obviously mechanically, but definitely story-wise, there really should be no dividing lines there. No, unfortunately, I think I agree with that as Mirror. Speaking of, it's one of the reasons right there. What's our queue time looking like? Oh my god! Okay. Okay. Well, we'll see if anyone shows up. It's a Tuesday. If we're gonna get an LFR for an older raid, it's today. No, don't tank. We already have a tank and a healer. I know you didn't pay attention to that, but it's true. Oh, is this a Wednesday? Oh, god damn it. Okay, yeah, we're not gonna get anything. I have lost so much goddamn time on this run. It should be Saturday. I've got good news and bad news. What do I need? 25 players, Janine. Wow, we just lost everyone. We actually were starting to get a group together, and then they're like, nope, we got another queue. We're going to try for a minute, Maverick. We're just going to hang out for a minute and see what we get. But yeah, so for those of you not aware, I shouldn't spoil this, but I'm just going to get this ready to spoil for when we get to that point. And yes, our first boss is this guy. I'm big and impressive, man. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I noticed they didn't attach a rep to Voidspire. I find that curious. Because, yeah, Undermine and Monoforge both kind of had their own decision-making with regards to that. Nice! Congrats, Mook. I have seen that drop many times, because I think he drops like 2 per kill. I've never rolled higher than a 30 on that. For those of you who don't know, my dice rolls are terrible. Like, actually terrible. It's a great raid that we will not be able to give any real positives to. We will give a negative. That's always nice. I might as well just give that negative now. Yeah, I had to go back and go get that Hearthstone later. It's okay, Bregwin stole it from me the other time. We keep getting people and then losing people. It's really funny. Well, because the majority of this content does not exist, Spartan, and therefore I cannot give positives to content that does not exist. It'd be like giving positives to my niece who is not here. I mean, I can't give positives to someone who's not physically here or is hiding in my blanket right now. That's impossible. I mean, honestly, yeah, most people are probably looking at the 43-minute average queue time and just noping out immediately. What are you doing, baby bear? Right. Right. Yeah. You're so strong. Look at this. Look at it. You're so strong.
Oh, I had to switch my band-aids twice since they fall off the plant. But these ones are real sticky.
I'm not going to let you play on my phone with that hand. Wash your hand.
Just in...
Okay.
I keep forgetting to.
It's okay. I do. It's very pretty. I like your shirt better, though. Ooh. At some point, like, I keep waiting for Blizzard to decide to tackle the abandonment problem. We have discussed many methods by which they could do so over the years at this point. And a lot of them are valid and to varying degrees of success. And yeah, they just haven't. Unfortunately, and I once again blame this universally on Microsoft, I'm pretty sure that as a result of the current problem, with Microsoft, they're probably not going to do a lot to fix the abandonment issue. That sucks. Do you need cheese for chili? You don't need cheese for chili. You should have cheese for chili. See, we keep getting a decent chunk of a group, right? And then they bail on us. Almost immediately. But no, yeah, unfortunately Spartan is correct. It is a time and priority issue. It is just not that big of a priority. Unfortunately, okay, hang on. If it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen right now. This is it. This is it. This is it. Totally. We're there. We're there. Just one more. Literally one. No, we lost him. We lost him instantly. I mean, think about it from just a creative perspective for a moment. The raids are some of the best content in the game, gameplay and story-wise. Almost every raid in this game is main story quest. There are precious few exceptions to that.
I got most of it off.
Yeah, let me see.
My
Let
hand
me see.
is moist.
Oh my god.
This hand, there's barely any on.
Let's wait a minute. Let's let it dry out first. So just give it a couple minutes.
It's moist right now.
Try to get your hair out of your face. There we go. Is that better?
Mm-hmm.
Now I will defeat your face. Yeah.
Excuse me. I just had a snack.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay.
Oh, my toe.
Are you okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll stop.
I
I'll
keep
stop.
landing like
I'll
this.
stop. I'll stop. Oh no, I got your hair on your face. No! I did the one thing I hate most.
Hug.
Aw. But yeah, words. That's the most talking about something. Oh, right. Wait. Yeah, let's see. I was trying to think of which raids were not MSQ. Karazhan, arguably. Gruul's Lair, I agree with that. Trial of the Crusader? Nah, it's still pretty close. Grim Batol, or, Tol Barad, that makes more sense. Yeah, I was gonna say, Trial of Crusader is definitely MSQ.
It's moist. It's wet.
Okay, hang on. But who do you think would win in an eating contest, the T-Rex or the cheetah?
T-Rexes are really hungry, so T-Rex will win.
Okay, so the cheetah wins at the race, and the T-Rex wins at the eating. But who wins at the hugging race?
Me!
Hug.
Maybe both.
Oh, it was you. Hugs. I see, they're hugging each other. Hug.
Chomp. The T-Rex gets the cat.
Woof, woof, woof.
That means cheetah lost.
Aw.
No, not the cheetah. T-Rex.
Now, girls, I am working, so we can't be playing in here right now, okay?
But we can do the phone.
You can do the phone as long as you are quiet. If you are not quiet, you have to go, okay?
And if we're good, we get a candy one.
If you're good, you get a candy. And that also involves being quiet, okay? Here you go. Onyxia's Lair is kind of a weird one. Because, yeah, that's kind of MSQ-y, but also kind of not. I think the better way to describe this, Onyxia's Lair should be MSQ.
Let's do the ice cream.
Well, that's easy, D20. Like, it's just, I hate to keep pointing to FF14, but FF14 has already fixed this situation. Because there's something called syncing and unsyncing. And that concept already exists in WoW, to some extent. Basically, does it scale or does it not? If it scales, then you're doing it at level, right? It slams your item level down to something appropriate for the actual content. If it doesn't, then you go back and you just smash it solo. There you go, boom. Like I said, the tech is already there, current, now. Yeah, like, what's right now? Dragonflight. So if I do a time-walking Dragonflight dungeon, it is at level. The scaling isn't perfect, but I am still experiencing it as if I was in Dragonflight. Or I can physically go to Dragonflight and just smash through it solo. Both of those already exist. Make sense? So yeah, syncing versus non-syncing should already... It is already a thing. And should just be a freaking toggle. So there you go. Boom. Have a roulette system. Encourage people to go back and get older stuff. There's decor. There's cosmetics. Probably have some kind of gear mechanism thing. Or maybe an experience booster like roulette's actually do in FF14. We're so close to that solution, it irritates me. Yeah, have some cool achievements. Get some titles. I say cosmetics is such a catch-all term. There are a lot of cool things you could add there. You could add, maybe that's how you get cosmetic appearances for classes. If they decide to add that, that's how you could get different Hearthstones. You know, that's how you can get toys and pets and titles and mounts and decor. The problem is, I 100% think that the current team wants to do what I described. Girls, I said you have to be quiet, remember? Okay. Thank you. So I get that it's not a priority right now because they're doing everything they can to just shove WoW out the door. Once again, thanks, Microsoft. But I think they could do it, and I think the current team wants to. It helps that most of the mechanisms necessary are already in place. Yeah, no, if I went back to go fight the second Lich King right now, push-ups, I would literally one-shot him. Just hi, poke, and he would be dead. I agree with Mr. Red. I'm going to let this go to 20 minutes. Because I would like to experience this with you guys. And that's honestly my primary requirement, because it doesn't even count for the review. None of this counts for review. This is basically already abandoned content. Yep, Endeavors have shown they could sync old zones. I'm telling you, they're doing the tech tests to make this stuff happen. The biggest problem with their current syncing, I've actually spent some time studying this, is the fact that it seems to vary based on expansion. Or if I can explain that a little bit differently, I don't think there's one syncing system, that's to say scaling system. I think it's a scaling system per expansion. This explains why some of the time-walking dungeons are legit, and some are not. This also explains why some of the scaling for, like, the Endeavors is cool and some of it isn't. I suspect, could AI fix this? I think AI could make this a lot worse, but otherwise no. In fact, I'm not even sure how that applies. Like, I'm not sure what you could have the AI go do. Other than, unless you're literally saying, go program this for me, in which case, Jesus Christ, do you have any idea how bad of programming AI does? And that's in, like, little tiny programs that need to do 2 or 3 things. This is an MMO. Just a few months ago, they patched in a little tiny patch to fix how an elevator worked over in, I believe it was Pandaria. Or no, it was with regards to the houses. As a result of that, housing as a concept broke because of how the internal code was structured. Please think about that for a second. WoW is so interconnected and is such a gargantuan behemoth of a program at this point in time. Unleashing AI on it would actually permanently ruin it. The only way to undo that would be to completely delete all of that and return to a previous existing version. Because AI programming, for those of you not aware, has this wonderful tendency to go in and just edit whatever the hell it feels like. For example, if I have a program that's supposed to display a spreadsheet and allow me to edit that spreadsheet, this is a specific example, by the way, and I say, please optimize this to add this feature, it will go in and change whatever it feels like with regards to that entire thing at whatever design or purpose it wants to, regardless of the actual restrictions you put on it, and regardless of whatever it is you tell it to do. There is a decent chance it will actually add that functionality to the spreadsheet, but it will also do 15 other things that it doesn't even tell you to do. Or, that it doesn't tell you that it did, and that you did not tell it to do. So, in that case, the only thing that the gentleman in question could do was completely delete the entire program and then restore a previous existing version, because it was permanently ruined. Yeah, exactly, Moog. You know what? I got another example. One of my friends who lives down in Arizona was trying to do an extremely simple thing with vibe coding, where all he wanted was for it to display a quick text thing saying, hey, say this. Okay, sure. There we go. I have made it not say this. And I'm going to skip all of the specific details here. First of all, he never got it to say the thing. Second of all, he had to delete the program and restore a previous version because it kept changing so much under the hood that it actually got rid of the render logic. For those of you who don't know what that means, the program could no longer show anything on screen. So you'd run it, and you'd just see a black screen because it would be outputting nothing. So no, please keep AI the hell away from WoW. The programs I'm talking about are so ludicrously simple compared to this. Anyways, sorry, Spartan was asking, what were you asking? You're asking about why it already has abandonment. So technically it doesn't, but it kind of does. And every WoW expansion has abandonment. Every single one of them. And it's because we actually had this discussion in War Within as well. People are like, how can this be abandoned when it's current? Yeah, but like for review purposes, it's going to be abandoned next expansion. So that means it is currently abandoned. If there is no intent to make any particular content not abandoned, then that content is abandoned the second it came out. Make sense? I think it gets the negatives for that. You find the logic faulty. Okay, but like, it doesn't change anything, because the only thing I could do differently is, okay, sure, I won't give the abandonment negatives, and then I will give the abandonment negatives later. Why wait? Why add more paperwork to myself to have to go back, edit the review document, edit the actual review score, lower the score to add the abandonment negatives, when I know those negatives are going to exist? Yeah, the reviews are supposed to be evergreen. I do go back and change things periodically. But the point is, this is a review you're supposed to be able to read 5 years from now. And I'm not going to say, this content was not abandoned, because when we reviewed it, it was not abandoned. And it's like, but it is currently abandoned. That is the current state of being. I don't understand what other possible thing I could do here. I really don't. I'm not trying to be facetious. I don't know how else I can do this. Speaking of which, let me go ahead and give those negatives for this expansion. I've been able to do that. Dementius was awful. Dementius was abandoned within inside of 3 months. And that was a fantastic fight that most people will never get to experience because it was abandoned inside of 3 months. This isn't new. Put in a section that says scores of raids played while current. That feels pointless to me, if I'm being quite honest with you. It also feels tremendously unfair, because a lot of these raids I can't actually show off while current. Oh, Jesus Christ, don't put me in Star Trek. No! Okay, I'm in Star Trek. Oh, God, what do I play? Guys in chat, what do I play? I'm thinking like some low-level nobody loser ensign who's like really dumb and bumbling and everybody hates. Yeah, we're at 20 minutes and we haven't... I mean, we actually have gotten a few people. A colony manager who's a bumbling idiot, who's the antagonist for the episode, who gets killed by the creature that infests his eyeball or something. Yeah, so part of the reason this gets kind of its own additional negative, and it is getting its own additional negative, is that there's story beats that we're going to be completely skipping now. And that sucks. I would say, yeah, Kraken Sun. Somewhere around that. Alright, let's give up on this. And let's go do the other version. Which is over here, I think?
The void presses.
This better be important.
Hold up. I don't remember where to do it. Give me a sec. Let's see how many of you I could drag along to story mode. Here we go.
Question everything.
Too many group members to queue for that. Okay, I know we can group for that. Let me test something here really quick.
The universe is full of mystery.
Yeah, we can only queue with 5. We can only queue for story mode raid with 5. I'm giving that its own negative.
Oh, Alaria. If I had known you would all simply kill each other, I wouldn't have gone through all this effort. But perhaps I shouldn't be surprised. Not after Turalian cut open your own son.
Alright, so anyways, there's several story beats we just ran over, and the biggest one is one I have been mentioning since we started this stream. That's War Chaplain Sen, that's General Bellamy, that's Commander Lightblood. You know, the NPCs we've had since Keldanis. Anyways, they're dead because they turned on us. It's actually a great fight. Honestly, every fight in here is great. I really like the fights in here. Whatever. That's just... So, yeah. So, you fight the Imperator and then a beast. You fight Salhadar. He finally dies permanently. You fight these 2 Void Dragons. They're cool. Then we fight... It's actually called the Light-Blinded Vanguard. Yeah, it's a fight with story positives. And gameplay positives. Oh, it's a great fight. And then we skip right ahead to the final fight. Oh, yeah, by the way, Turalian actually actively defies. You notice Turalian is right here. Still alive. He assists us in fighting them because they flat out state... Right here, let me see if I can pull up the quote here. By the way, the game gets none of the credit for any of this. There it is. Hang on. See if I can pull up the dialogue. Windrunner's powers have only grown stronger in this place. You can feel it, can't you? The darkness in her heart. Her son excuses her every crime. He's blinded by his love for her. The void has corrupted him as well. Commander Turalian, you see the light. Join us or burn with the rest. To which Turalian says, no. But this is all voice acted. And then much stronger than that, no. I will not let you harm my family. To which Bellamy says, we'll never trust those that turn their back on the light. And then you fight them, and then you kill them. Yeah, by the way, that's Tyrellian. Great character moment for Tyrellian. Literally has to turn his blade on his fellow Vanguard of the Light in defense of his family. Does so. Thrown out the window. Forgive me. Oh yeah, we also killed Salhadar. Like I said, there's some other story beats. It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. Because these are some good story beats, in addition to the obvious fact that these are great gameplay fights. Like, some of these fights are some really cool fights. Anyways, moving on. Let's go do the actual fight here. Yes, Ross. Wait. Yes. Wait. Yes. Yeah, poor Mountain Fist. Oh, he was so cool. He dead too, by the way. You didn't even see it. Remember Mountain Fist, the cool Vanguard? Yeah, he's dead.
This may feel a little uncomfortable.
How touching your family's come to say goodbye.
Xalatath is using...
And my favorite champions as well. I was afraid you might miss this.
What are you doing to her?
Keeping my promise, of course. Taking everything she loves, leaving her with nothing but the void.
Okay, so...
Can't move!
You are about to bear witness to a moment eons in the making. And she holds the key. But enough preamble. Let the festivities begin.
Okay, so pretty quick trash fight here. Let's just deal with this.
Do not interfere!
Not quite trash, but you know, you get it.
You cannot break the Void's grasp.
I feel really sad. This is such a great fight. I had a lot of fun with this fight on Nilafar. This is actually my first time doing story mode. Put this in a bit of perspective.
Don't make me do this! You cannot break the Void's grasp. No one is safe! The burden is more than you can bear. No one is safe!
Yeah, if you get the tether, drag it to the boss. To the mob. There you go. Round 3. Yes, back during the events of Legion on Argus, Locust Walker went with us to a dungeon where we found a Naru that had basically already died and was swamped with the Void. She absorbed that Naru. Over here. Evo, 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 no! Oh, that's it.
The burden is more than you can bear.
I saw your question. I'm in the middle of a boss fight, Elizar. I know you don't know what a time and a place are.
Don't make me do this!
To be clear, if you get the thing, come behind the... We need to get Illyria to hit the Void creatures. When you stand out there, she hits you, not the Void creatures.
The burden is more than you can bear.
I also like this tether mechanic. Very cool. You notice I'm just standing here in case I get targeted.
No one is safe!
Oh, geez, he actually enraged. There we go.
The power! I can't contain it!
So then this happens.
You're stronger than the Void!
She can't hear us.
And now we're getting sucked into the center there.
Posturing, Alaria. It's time to embrace what you truly are.
This is an intermission phase if it's not obvious. Just live. Just dodge everything. Just keep dodging. Just keep dodging. Hi, sis. Yeah, no, pretty much. Whoa, there. And I love the emblem. Do you see the Naro emblem? Lovely detail. Yeah, notice the music is actually cued to the fight, too. You want a finger?
Get away while you can!
The good news is this fight exists. Thanks to follower mode and thanks to the presence of this. This is a fight you could still experience 10 years from now. This fight, just this fight, is not abandoned. So I can actually give positives for this fight. The downside is that it is a worse version of the fight. For those of you not aware, one of the things that's been said for a long time is that LFR is total garbage and too easy in brain dead mode. That hasn't actually been true since War Within. The reason why is LFR was pushed up to about the difficulty of normal. Normal was pushed up, heroic was pushed up, etc. Because story mode is kind of the difficulty of what LFR used to be.
Look out! The ground is breaking apart!
Damn you, Xanatas! Release her!
So now we're getting pulled in while she's shooting the beams, while there's this rotating orbs of void death in all directions. And now we're really split. Fortunately, I'm a demon hunter, so I can just bounce between these at will. I mentioned back in Monoforge Omega that a lot of the fights there felt FF14-y.
The burden is more than you can...
And let me tell you, that's a good thing. Not that FF14 has better fights, actually quite the contrary, but more like WoW fights merged with ideas from FF14 fights to make something even better.
Break the Void's grasp.
It's okay, Evo. I wonder. Yeah, no, I can just pull her. I shouldn't do that. Oh god, please pull Aggro back off me. No, no.
The burden is more than you can bear.
Well, I tried. We're almost done. Yeah, this is a Warcraft 2 character we're fighting. And...
must be stopped.
Mother.
Hang on, my love. I'm here.
Touching. But you're far too late to save anyone. And now, the moment of truth.
I'll die before I serve you.
Serve me? Despite all we've been through, it was never actually you that I required. At last. Beautiful. Behold! The dark well opens!
So, you remember that tether Umbric set up all that time ago?
Father.
The tether worked. But we've lost them all. We've lost everything.
So, many, many pluses for that cutscene. But to probably talk about it, I need my nieces to not be here. Go, scooch. No, you don't have to leave the room. You just, I can't concentrate. If you want to leave, you can leave. I will get you candy. You want a strawberry? You have been good, so you get 2. Do you want a strawberry and something else, or 2 strawberries? Okay. Do you want a strawberry?
Wait, in the beginning, Halo was the one that screamed.
I don't care. Do you want 2 candies, yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want one of them to be a strawberry?
Right? Because the strawberries are squishy.
They are quite squishy. Alright, so, baby wants one of these. You know what you want for your second one?
I already chomped it.
That's because it's delicious and worthy of chomping.
I want to know in square.
Oh, an orange square? We might not have any left. There's no... Hang on, stop. I've got red squares, I've got blue squares. Well, there is 1 orange square left. Here you go. It's all yours. What would you like?
I already ate strawberries.
Okay.
I already ate strawberries.
Okay, ow.
Sorry.
There.
And
Here
the
you go.
berries are tiny.
So, yeah. Yeah, when we did the Parhelion Delve, I kind of specifically said don't look up because, hey, look! It looks a little different now. Yeah. Okay, so let's start with the obvious. Unfortunately, it's too easy. I'm sorry, it's too easy of a fight. The only reason I died was because I literally taunted the boss as a DPS. So, unfortunately, I can only give that fight a single positive. There's a lot of great mechanics and cool stuff, and it's whatever. Moving on. Yeah, the terrain change, the multiple mechanics layering into each other. It's so good. Oh yeah, no, this is going to be our thumbnail, by the way. Everyone group up. Let's get a nice shot of this. Hang on. Over here, maybe? Let me try to find a good shot for the camera. No, that right there. That's it. That's the shot. Okay, so I'm going to scooch here. You left the raid. No! This was it! Okay, hang on. Mr. Red left the raid. God damn it! Alright, we'll wait on that. Hang on. All right. So that cutscene was amazing. Like, seriously, in an expansion with amazing cutscenes, that is in the running for one of the best. Let's actually go down the list here. First of all, Turellian and Eretor immediately have Illyria's backs, despite everything. Second of all, Xal'atath specifically wanting Lu'ura, not Illyria, makes everything makes so much more sense. Something that has been a question mark pretty much since War Within, since Illyria re-entered the narrative, is why? Why does Xal'atath give a crap about Illyria? The general vague presumption is because she's Void. But if you pay careful attention to the events of War Within, she's never really that focused on Illyria. She just kind of pokes at her periodically, like, hey, hey. And that makes sense, because all she ever really wanted was access to a Dark Naru, a concentration of Void life. The next thing is Illyria just died. I really hope they don't undo that. I know that sounds harsh, but I really hope they don't undo that. There is animation language in the way that she fell that makes it clear that the intent there is that she just died. Straight up. Right? The way... Oh, no, they will. They'll screw it up, and I'll give it a negative when we get there. But the way that she fell, the way that she died, the way that she was stabbed in the back while completely vulnerable after we broke her to death. Right? Now, there's a way we could make this work, and all I'm going to say to that is Khadgar. But I hope she stays dead. Then we have the shot of Lu'ura coming out. Great reveal shot, great visuals. Then we have the shot of the Void well, and the energy of the Void starting to pummel through the Voidspire. And then we have that great shot of the tunneling energy, and then the camera zooming into it. And finally, the Chekhov's anchor, whatever it was called, the tether, getting us back here after we set it up during the events of Magisters. Before we ever even went to the Voidstorm, Umbric did it on his own recognizance, just as his own personal little just in case. He got us, Eretor, and himself, and no one else. By the way, did you catch that the majority of the Vanguard of the Light just died? It's kind of understated, but that's there too. And then there's that one wonderful shot. That beautiful shot. It's almost romantic, if that sounds strange, of Illyria and Turellian together falling into the Void. And it's not even just Void. It's not like, because Void is usually a different color scheme, right? Where's Kira White Nose is in here right now. Void has a certain distinct aesthetic to it, right? It's like this, right? It's purpley and bluey. There's like light shades of white into it. That's not what they fell into. They fell into black. And you'll notice that is not the usual Void coloration. That is black with like occasional highlights of dark blue. It's a whole new aesthetic. And yeah, once again, Turellian and Illyria are lost to the cosmos. Real talk, if they never wrote anything more for Illyria or Turellian, if they're just lost to space, I would also be okay with that. Just leave that off camera in the realm of headcanon. That's not what I would prefer, but I would accept that if they did it. Literally all the quest text says is, Mother? Father? And that's it. That's all it says. All those people, our armies, our heroes, our leaders, gone. We're exposed here. Umbric's tether saved us, but we need to ensure we survive this. Report to Lorthamar. Tell him what transpired. I'll get Umbric to safety.
We need to let Lorthamar know what's happened. You go ahead of us. Light preserve you, friend. Be alert for opportunities to help.
Yeah, hang on. We need to take the screenshot now, pretty much, because people's availability is going to drift away the further this goes on. So I'm going to go to the bridge in just a second here.
The dark power pouring out of the Sunwell. I can feel it even from here.
Look at that framed shot, by the way. Notice they drop us right here facing the void well. By the way, did you catch the music changed? And yeah, as you can see, some of the people have noticed. Also, the skybox has changed. So WoW has this thing where it adds a color layer to a lot of zones. So now there's this shadowy void layer all over Silvermoon right now. You can see it. It looks like it's nighttime, even though it's not. Yeah. All right, now Jinja Ninja apparently subbed in the middle, but I didn't catch that at all. I was a little busy. But I see it. It's right here. It is for Dispatch, Stellaris, and Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous. And yet, please do me a favor and think about the fate of just what's going on to these people. Oh my God, what's that giant beam of light coming from the Sunwell? And then, oh my God, what's that giant beam of void coming into the Sunwell? And then Evo asked a question, which I didn't see. I can figure out where Mr. Red is. Oh, Mr. Red's like over here, aren't you? God damn it. God damn it. Where are you? Where are you? Are we blowing up the Sunwell again? We gotta do something about it. Congrats, Lenareth. And you say you're not a good singer. Whatever. Whatever. Humble brag. Oh, this is actually a good shot because I can do this right there. Center around me. I might adjust the camera angle slightly to get more like that. There we go. All right, I need... Who am I missing here? Bragwin, get over here. Get over here. And... 1, 2, 3, 4. Who am I missing? Kira White Noise, where are you? Kira White Noise. Where is here? We're on the... You might not be in the same layer as us. We're on the bridge. Yeah, what's funny is, you know, there's the whole, like, oh my God, there's a giant beam into space cliche in movies. It's only actually happened twice in Azeroth's history. Both times it's been really bad. Once... yeah, fine, sure, here. Once in Legion and once here. Oh, yes! The dagger that Xalatath used to kill Illyria is the dagger she used to be contained in. Because, of course. Where's Kira White Noise? Did we lose her? No, I'm pretty sure the Fellstorm was pretty bad. Yeah, hang on, let me grab Spartan. Which, I'm not gonna hit... Well, I'm gonna hit that button. There we go. Okay, there we go, there we go. It's actually risky. No, not that, Lord Harriman. Although you're right, all of Azeroth saw that. I'll have to zoom the camera a little more. Looks like you're going to be on my right, Spartan. Over by Bragwin and Quanta. Or, that is to say, Monobrand. That would be much worse as Miristar. Oh my god, that would be much worse. The beginning of Shadowlands? I don't remember there being a beam. Well, I guess that kind of counts, because we did have the rip in existence. That was smaller and more distant, though. How many people are up in Northrend? Especially specifically around Icecrown Citadel. This is Silvermoon. You know? Alright, here's your camera angle, guys. Take your time. Get settled. Get in position. I'll give you a moment. Now, that's a good point. It's entirely possible... Oh, that is a very good point. Illyria could be in the dagger now. That dagger was specifically crafted to house someone. It was a prison. So Illyria could actually be in the dagger now. I think I'd be okay with that. If that's how they bring her back, I think I'd be okay with that. Because that's very internal continuity, right? That would also explain why her body was alive but lifeless. We actually know from experience that someone's soul can be ripped out and nearby, which then allows the body to operate. Death Knight Arthas was like that, if you remember. No, that's gonna have to stick. Do me a favor. Yeah, Spartan, face the camera. You look like you're creeping over there. The camera's over here. Over. Oh, and there's Maverick. Woo! That's pretty much the gang right there. Except for Janine, I don't think is on right now. Someday I hope that they will fix the cross-region thing and we could have a bigger gang in a while. But this is pretty much all of us. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and go for it. I got a nice lean from... Monobrent there. Got a nice flex from Mr. Red. Hang on, hang on. No, looks like I got you scratching your ass, Spartan. Sorry. This is your life now. Let's see how this actually looks. That is a solid shot. I like that. I do actually like that. I'll at least save that. I don't know. I don't really have like an emote that's mine on this character. Oh god, no, that wasn't planned. We just all play elves except for Spartan and Maverick. And if we're being honest, Maverick plays a partial elf. I mean, look at his ears. It's just you, Spartan. You should play an elf. Spartan, you should play an elf druid. But you could do. Anyways, I got the screenshot. I'm happy with it. Let's see how bad things have gotten, shall we? I'm sure things are fine. I'm sure things are fine. Everything's fine. Hang on. I was actually requested to go do something. Yes, go ahead and repeat your question, please, Elizar. Notice it gets even darker when we get over here, by the way. It is much darker in the sun. This is going to be the Void Well. There's a bunch of void creatures all over the place now. That's cool. This is great. Yeah, Astro was like, yes, the anguish. Perfect. So if we land too close, they start attacking us, and if we go into the Void Well itself, nothing happens. Except for this. And then it kills us. So what specifically kills us there is overwhelming oblivion. The difference there, and this is so appropriate. So the Sunwell, when it was beaming the light up, if you just got into it, it would just do damage and damage and damage until you died. And you could actually get out in time if you tried. The Voidwell does nothing until it instantly kills you. Oh yes, and Laura is in there right now. Can't quite target her. But she is there. That's funny, Maverick. Of course it's HP locked. Okay, so I need to look at my notes, because, yeah. Okay. So, yes is actually the answer to that. Right now, the Blood Elves actually are worse than dying. So not only are they... So okay, here's the thing. They're not cut off from the Sunwell. The energies of the Sunwell have changed. Please think about that for a second. As of this moment, everyone in Silverstorm is currently getting a small but constant amount of void energy pumped into them. That also goes for the whole of Eversong. We might actually see Void Bloom if we're not careful here. Yeah, exactly. Now, the good news is this is such a small amount of ambient change that this would take months or years for this to really have a substantial effect, just like it did last time. The thing is, it is worthy of note that, you know, if this keeps going, if they don't fix this, that is an existential threat. Like, even if somehow magically, you know, there's no actual threat from the host and no army coming to kill us, just the existence of the Voidwell is an existential threat. Go back to work, Evo, but thank you for joining us. I should break up the group here. Okay. So, hi guys! We, we lost.
With perseverance, strength.
Well, this is a dark day. I'm deploying scouts to learn more of what's transpiring in the world, while our remaining forces defend Silvermoon City. Oh yeah, hey, funny little anecdote. You remember how Bellamy was like, we're leaving a token force? Yeah, so the token force are the only members of the Vanguard of the Light that survived. I'm sorry, I think that's the actual definition of irony.
We shall not falter.
The Sunwell, the Darkwell, is overrun. Void-spawned creatures spawn in the regions where our greatest champions of the light held their ground to the very last. Can you survey Keldanus? Find any survivors. If you find them, tag them with these tokens. Our mages will be able to teleport the individuals back. We must try to save as many as we can.
Champion, place these tokens on any survivors you find. They will allow my magisters to teleport them to safety. The Sunwell must be protected.
Yeah, by the way, thank God for Liadrin having a goddamn brain, am I right? The fact that she explicitly decided to stay behind. Because she could have charged into the storm. I was like, God, imagine if we had lost Liadrin. Imagine if we had lost Liadrin. Because we could have. That's a very very small change to history to make that reality happen. Look at that. Look at it. Actually, I want to do something. That's right. Thank you for reminding me, me. Okay, so there's a big evil man called Evil Lore, and Hero Lore has to defeat him, but another villain is Super Evil Lore. He was the real mastermind. What do you think of that trope? I think it sucks for the most part. Mostly because it tends to be very badly implemented. It is truly rare that I see someone pull off that trope and make it work. The thing is, let's think about this mathematically for a second, okay? Because most things are math. So the idea here is you use the existing villain to establish the real villain. But the thing is, it has to be a one-to-one. All of the work and effort you've done to establish Bob has to then immediately transfer into the establishment of Bob 2, the actual villain behind everything, right? In other words, what you were actually doing mechanically was establishing the real villain the entire time. The audience is then informed, oh, it was actually the real villain the entire time, and then the transition happens. But that's not what writing actually tends to do. What writing instead tends to do is establishes Bob in a vacuum, and then, by the way, here's Bob 2, and Bob 2 is like, bam, I'm even stronger and eviler than you, and I was behind everything the entire time. And then Bob 2 has no establishment, and we're just told that Bob 2 is behind everything. We're told that Bob 2 is stronger. Or worse, there's some kind of warfing going on, where Bob 2 just kind of crushes Bob instantly and effortlessly, and it's like, all right, now what? What else you got? And yeah, the Jailer is a perfect example of how to do this extremely badly. Might actually be the worst example I've ever seen of this trope. There's probably worse somewhere, but it's the worst one that comes to my mind immediately. Best example? So, actually, Emperor Palpatine in Empire Strikes Back is actually a very good example of this. Keep in mind he has exactly one scene, but it still works very much because all of the work that has been done to establish Vader immediately transfers to Palpatine. Little details matter. You remember what happens when someone walks up and says the Emperor commands you to talk to him? Vader almost talks over the guy in his haste to give his orders. Break free from the thing immediately. We have to go get a clear signal. Go, now! Like, he jumps instantly to obey. And then the first thing we see of Vader doing is he gets on his one knee, very uncomfortable looking, and bows before the hologram. Yeah, I had to get over here because you can't quite see it because of Zulaman. But if you could see it, there it is. It's hard to tell, but the void beam is there and is visible. And the closer I get, the more visible it will become. So why does it work with the first Lich King to kill Jaden to Archimonde to Sargeras? So first of all, that's not the chain. Let's start with that. Yeah, exactly, Talia. You're absolutely right. Second of all, I don't think that really applies. Sargeras has been the main ultra bad guy behind everything since Warcraft 2. So he was the original guy behind the guy behind the guy. There's no, like, additional setups there. So I don't actually know what you're talking about. If anything, they established villains in front of Sargeras over the years. And yeah, I of course, I only saw the game, so whatever, but I have been told that Frieza is a good example of that all of the Vegeta stuff was then used to establish Frieza. My favorite part is you can just barely see the glittering special effect of the beam. It's so distant, I don't even know if you guys can see it. I can see it on my screen, but I've got this, right? We're already up to lock mode on. I love how relatively quickly you could cross the continent nowadays. That's not a joke. I do enjoy that a great deal. Yeah, there's the wetlands. Terrible zone. And there's the Twilight Highlands. Great zone. Yeah. Yeah, imagine, again, MMO scale, curvature of the Earth. We know Azeroth is a sphere, after all. So I'm not sure exactly how far away you could see this thing. But I'm pretty sure you could see it from quite a distance. Like, whatever the max range is, you could see something like that. Oh, and now I'm PvP flag, which means I am currently in BFA. No, I actually agree with you a little bit there, Ross. It is actually funny to think about, considering how much of it was done on accident. Oh, I don't remember Trihexa. It's one I don't use anymore, because N64 emulators tend to suck. And so that was back when, you know, I was just using whatever worked. By the way, I'm not being facetious. That was literally BFA circa Arathi. That's why I went PvP flags for going in there. Just for entering the zone. Ooh, I'll have to look into that, tell you. In fact, I'll look into that right now so I don't forget. Just gonna put that here really quick. There we go. It's a multi-system. Supports a lot of stuff I don't care about, and the N64. Interesting. So yeah, I think we can all agree, by the time you hit the Eastern Plaguelands, you could probably see the storm. Speaking of things I'd love for them to follow up on, what the hell's going on in Stratholme right now? The last Stratholme thing we did lore-wise was all the way back in Cata. No, that's not true. Legion, excuse me. So here's what the beam looks like at this range. This is the southern edge of Eversong. By the way, Eversong looks like this right now. That's the other reason I wanted to do this. Oh, hang on, hit another layer. Eh. You know what I should do? Do I have any on me? Of course I don't. Hang on one second. It's a good question, Spartan. I don't know. Yeah, right now the Amani could see this too. Argentina, literally in a pocket dimension. Where else are you gonna go? I think I'll let that speak for itself. I'm still PvP flipped. For 4 minutes. Let's go rescue some people. There's Anduin.
The survivors suffer under a stain of void corruption. I do not believe we can count on their aid for some time.
Translation. They're out of the fight for a hot minute while they recoup. There's Velen.
The Sunwell corrupted. The Vanguard swept away as if they were nothing. How will we survive this?
Romoth. Buddy. Here's Moira. Over here's Kalia. Wow, they're taking damage every second just for being here. Healing greatly reduced. Reapplies if decursed. Wow. You probably don't remember her. She's from BFA. She was cool back there. She was one of the cool types. Speaking of which, Tahu Sagewind here. And Faerun.
Is the Darkwell a foothold for Xal'atath? Will her devouring host spill out to corrupt all of Azeroth?
Yeah, I'm actually kind of with Lord Harriman. The fact that the named lived is a little plot armory. You know. Some of these I could see. Velen doesn't bother me much, to be quite honest with you. Dude has enough experience with this kind of thing, and probably the reflexes to be able to shield himself at, like, the last millisecond. But if you told me Velen survived that, sure. Everyone else is more of an eyebrow. So few, but the one you saved are more than I'd hoped for. Was this Xal'atath's big plan to get rid of us? Actually, I think you are right. I think this was, at least in part, a way to finally remove the PCs from the board. Because let's be very honest with ourselves, we would have died. Or been lost to the void, like Turellian and Illyria are. If not for the fact that Umbric decided to set up that tether on his own initiative. Seriously, if we didn't have that little I love that narrative beat. I do. If we didn't have that tiny little thing, we'd have been gone. We would have been removed from the board. This also might explain why her plan from this point onwards noticeably changes. Not to spoil too much, but yeah.
We need to assault the Darkwell and take it back from Xal'atath.
With what army, Erator? The Vanguard is gone.
Then we will find an army. Xal'atath's devouring host will not stay in Quel'Danas forever. All of Azeroth is in danger.
I would absolutely love it. They don't even have to acknowledge it excessively. Just like a single line of, well, after you survived the Darkwell, I had to adjust a little bit. Just something like that, right? Just one little acknowledgement of the fact that that was there for us. We must retake the Darkwell and defeat L'Ura before the world is torn asunder. We need an army. No, we need many armies. We need to reach out the elves. We should start with the Kaldori at Belemeth. Oculus can teleport a small envoy there and we can present our request. Still, there have been much blood spilt amongst the elves, vendettas that go long and strike deep. Hold on to hope. It is all we have left.
Xal'atath won the Battle of the Voidspire, but all is not lost. We can still fight. The problem isn't just retaking the Isle of Quel'Zanas. We have to cleanse the corrupted Darkwell. We need military might and magical expertise. I propose we call upon the other elven people for aid, and not just those from Quel'Thalas. We should send a diplomatic mission to Bel Ameth, and entreat the Night Elves for their aid.
They will extract a price.
And we invite the High Elves and the Silver Covenant to join our efforts.
Those butchers will not set foot inside our city.
You are wrong about them. Of all the peoples of Azeroth, the elves understand the threat of the Darkwell.
If we are to survive, we must put aside past battles.
Thank you, Lorthamar.
Contact the other elven people.
I will send a message to Suramar to rally our armies. Chief Telemancer Oculus is at your disposal for transport.
To Belameth, then. Eretor, seek out your aunt. We will accept aid from anyone that would fight against Xalatath and her devouring host.
I mean, why did a bunch of women get together to fight against Thanos during Endgame, Lord Harriman? The answer is because it would be a cool moment, so we could just appreciate it for what it was. Although, real off topic, I like this armor suit here. Slightly more detailed and stylized version of the old Paladin armor. From BC, I want to say.
What is our destination?
Sure. I heard you have a standing invitation to Archmage Khadgar's Arcantina. Oh my god. Sorry, that's Antorus armor, my bad. Can you go there for me and bring this missive to the Archmage? In that case, the Antorus armor is better than the BC suit. Excuse me. Can you go there and bring this missive to the Archmage? I need to source reagents for the sheer volume of telemancy spells I've been asked to conjure. The Terrace has been an excellent source until recent events, but really I need the Kirin Tor to loan me some of the harder to find ingredients.
Tell the laugh.
Well, there's a scene where a bunch of women get together and just kind of unite and beat the crap out of Thanos. It's actually a great scene. Well choreographed, well fun, interesting, cool. Naturally, people complained about it. Because why is it a bunch of women? Like, did they coordinate this in advance? This makes no sense. To which the response is, can we just appreciate this for what it is and move on? Why is this elves? Because this is an elf-themed expansion. That's the answer. That is the answer to this. So, bunch of sentinels here who are kind of like, let's crap off my bar. Nope, nope. What the? There we go. Where's the other one? There it is. No, that's not it. That's not it either. Where the hell? Anyways. Yeah, pretty much, Ross.
Once again, that accursed Sunwell has been corrupted by vile magic.
Hi, Maiev. So, interesting spread of people. Over here we have Haldoran, Umbric, Eretor, Lorthamar, and Philistra. And over here we have Maiev, Chandris, and Gerard. By the way, I love Gerard's new drip, just saying. Moving on.
We protect those we love.
Lore Runner, I heard you were traveling with this group. Maiev is not pleased with the Sin'dorei, Shal'dorei, as she understands the reasons why they have come. If anything, that's fueling her anger. They say the roots of Teldrassil still burn. No! No. Sylvanas Windrunner still walks the lands of the dead, searching for those lost in the fire she started. And you stand here at the side of those who could have stopped all that. I also understand why you are here. Let's hope Lorthamar understands the gravity of what he is asking.
Safe travels.
Meanwhile, Maev says nothing yet.
Magic surrounds us.
The Kaldora aided my people in our time of need, just as I fought alongside their people in defense of Amirdrasil. However, the Kaldora made it very clear to my people we are not friends. There are many reasons we joined the Horde, the Kaldora being one of them. Thanks, Tyrande.
Baladash, Malinore.
When last I stood here, Belameth was in danger of being consumed by the fires of the Incarnates. It brings me joy to see this place untouched by the evils of the world since that day.
Our strength lies in our people.
My parents may be lost and our armies broken, but does not mean we're defenseless. We must stand together and call on allies so we can prevail.
We must protect those in need.
Baladash, Malinore.
This marks my first visit to Amirdrasil. Descriptions of its verdant splendor do not do it justice. Oh yeah, hang on, let me turn the lights on. In my youth, I seldom appreciated the beauty of nature, even as I looked out the window of my study and Iverson. But now, after years of exile in Telagris, well, I suppose there are some things that it's too easy to take for granted.
Be open to possibilities.
Amirdrasil. It's strange. I've never seen it in person, but it feels familiar somehow. It took a moment to realize why. The roots. I recognize the roots from Herondar. It's difficult to wrap my head around the scope of even the youngest world tree.
May victory be ours.
Yeah, pretty much. By the way, to defend myself very briefly, villagers know.
That accursed.
Back in the day, back in the BC era, you know, Maev's outfit looks like this. She's a good guy. The devs actually pronounced Keldanus in the manner that I just described. So it was Quel'Thalas and Keldanus. And so that sort of stuck in my head for the longest time. Much more recently. In fact, I'm pretty sure they didn't pronounce it in-game until midnight. They started saying Quel'Danas. I'm not going to say that. And there's actually a very specific reason. It's because it's Quel'Thalas and Quel'Danas. And at a glance, it's a little bit too easy to screw those up. So I'm going to keep saying Keldanus and Quel'Thalas to distinguish the two areas. But yes, the correct pronunciation is Quel'Danas. Moving on. It's quite an ensemble you've brought to my lands.
Tread carefully.
You've traveled far to ask my people to march to get another war. It's been a few years. Maev's fervor is blunt, but not misplaced. While Silvermoon is under threat, let us not forget how many of my people burned when the Sindori failed to aid us at Teldrassil. However, Belameth stands tall thanks to their aid. Let each present their reasoning, and I will make my decision.
What has befallen the people in Silvermoon? Tell me of the doom that threatens you.
Yeah, by the way, once again, BFA continues to be a poison on this game. Because, and this is something we've actually talked about in a lot of fiction, how do you explain away why an otherwise good aligned character would do something so evil because a bad writer was in charge for a while? The answer is you don't. It was a bad writer. Right? There's no answer to that. Why did you hurt and torture these family members? And the only answer that the character can give is, because they don't know. Because they were all out of character in BFA. That's why.
With perseverance, strength. The Sunwell has fallen. Xalatath has twisted its power to the void, creating the Darkwell.
All paths are possible. This much void energy will soon spill from the Sunwell, corrupting all of Azeroth. It must be stopped.
What news? Even now, my people gather their own army to lend to the Sindori. We remember those who aided us in the past.
I have heard enough. The Void is a threat to all of Azeroth. You will have our armies.
Can I just say, I really like that Chandris is just like, nah, I got your back. Because it's Chandris. Chandris has been cool in everything other than BFA, where she was a bloodthirsty warmonger. And I'm glad that she's just back to being Chandris. You know? I mean, she was legit in Dragonflight as well, so that kind of worked there, too. So, yeah, I remember when I was doing this with my co-op group, I remember getting to this exact quest and just being like, oh, God, don't turn this into some drama llama stuff, please. And instead, Chandris is like, nope, I got you. Let's do it. That was awesome. Very well. The void represents a threat to the world we cannot ignore. I grow tired of yet another threat at the Sunwell that cannot be ignored. Honestly, I'm kind of with you.
We will find the answers we seek.
If we are to muster for war, there must be an ancient we must bring with us, or they will never forgive us. They are a mentor to myself and nearly every sentinel who serves the Kaldorei. They are skilled in war tactics and rallying. And they fell asleep again. If history is any lesson, they'll only awaken with the aid of someone who has known war. Will you seek them out? Yeah, I got your back.
Goddess, watch over you.
The enemy we face is a vast host with many capabilities. We will need to match their strength and versatility on the battlefield. To that end, I ask you seek out Elder Verdenbark, an ancient protector who has long kept our people safe in times of war. They are stubborn. It may require you to entice them in some fashion, but their Grovekeeper will know how to do so. Oh yeah, by the way, this is where we get this particular appearance for the glaives. You've seen me use this on my other character.
Consider it done.
While our forces gather, I would like you to have the honor of awakening our ancients. There's a particular ancient of lore we need awakened. They are a master of magic, a teacher of druids, and a force that has walked alongside us in many battlefields. I got you.
Champion, please aid Maev with awakening the ancients and preparing them for war.
Further addendum, I like that that Chandris specifically asks us to do the honor of awakening the ancients. No, I mean that. Like, this is an honorific that she is bestowing upon us, and she's doing so probably because of the fact that she knows we're legit. Remember, canonically, our character did do Dragonflight, regardless of everything else. So, I saw someone in chat asked, how did the Banshee War, which is what I tend to call that, actually get started? So, I know the answer to that definitively and objectively. You see, there's this guy who I call the Banished One as a form of disrespect. He decided to write a big, shocking plot moment. I'm gonna have Teldrassil burn and be destroyed. Yeah, it's gonna be great. Oh, it's gonna completely throw the audience and they have no idea how to deal with it. Yeah! And so the order came down from on high. Blow up Teldrassil. And then everyone below was like, what? And they were just kind of left to pick up the pieces, because this was around when he was kind of getting shuffled a little bit further out of the senior writer position. And he also wanted this big story arc where Sylvanas became the main villain of the entire game. This is something he'd been pushing for a while, it's worth noting. So, the writers looked at the pieces on the board and wrote something really stupid. They saw, okay, Sylvanas is currently the leader of the Horde, because she was going to start her own story arc after Legion. So naturally, the Horde are now the bad guys again. And that means Sylvanas is going to blow up the tree. So that means the Horde blows up the tree. So let's do a whole Horde versus Alliance thing again. Let's do orcs versus humans. Let's go back to basics. And so most of the writing staff were like, yeah, let's do it, back to basics. And so the main plot of BFA was extremely stupid. Meanwhile, the actual good writing staff, who have been there for some time, were down there on the ground floor writing, like, Vol'dun and Drustvar, and looking up every now and again like, I'm sorry, what? What are you guys doing? You know, I don't even care. I'm going back to my story. And so there's actually very distinct plots in BFA, and they have nothing to do with each other. One is your typical WoW plot as you're going through the zones. On the Alliance side, it's about helping the Kultirans to deal with their issues, of which there are several. On the Horde side, it's about helping the Zandalari, who are a stagnant empire. There's actually some really good storytelling, themes, characters, and it's generally awesome. This is so frustrating. It's very FF11. It's so frustrating, because these stories are great. The story elements of these zones and the regional quests are phenomenal. There's a lot of tying into Warcraft 2 on both sides. The Kultirans, who are like trapped in the past, versus like the Zandalari, who have been stagnant for centuries, right? and how these two forces need to start adapting and moving on and acknowledging the past and developing from it. There's a lot of great themes and characters and plots. It's great. It's great. Huge thumbs up. Awesome. Then there's the second plot. That's what they call the Fourth War, which I refuse to call that because that's a goddamn insult. So we call it the Banshee War. So the Banshee War is nonsense. There's actually a scene, this is not a joke, where Rexar and Lillian Voss walk up to a dude and act like mafia thugs to this guy to force him into compliance. A civilian, I feel like adding. It is legitimate nonsense. There are so many... I showed it off. I streamed BFA twice, actually. I have showed it all off. There are so many individual elements of just, I'm sorry, what? So we call that the war campaign. That's the war campaign. That's over there. And it's insanity. There's actually a third plot of BFA, which isn't necessarily relevant to all this. We'll call that the real plot of BFA. That's about N'Zoth and the Old Gods. N'Zoth is actually the main villain and final boss of BFA, for those of you not aware. And almost all of the patch content has to do with him. Almost all of the additional zones has to do with him and the Naga and Ashara and how she's trying to manipulate her way around this, how Xalatath got her body back. All of this stuff is all part of the Old God plot. And that's really the actual main plot of BFA. So, BFA is a mess. It's no Shadowlands, but it's a mess. Oh, my back. There we go. How Xalatath got her groove back.
The Sin'dorei continue the ancient elven tradition of not learning from their disastrous mistakes.
Yeah, every single one of them looked to you as a teacher, Maiev. In times of war and strife, our ancient protectors have been an unyielding force in the battlefield, and the worst defender units in the game. They take a lot of effort to rouse. I'll have the elder battle tenders follow you around. Seek out any large stones and boulders. He refuses to wake up until he has something to throw. Okay, let's go grab some stuff. Yeah, no, BFA needs a hell of a polishing pass. You remember we've talked about how to fix Shadowlands? Perhaps amusingly, BFA is actually much easier to fix. Literally, just axe the war campaign. Just, there we go. Now, that's not a perfect fix, to be clear. But it's shocking how much of BFA that one change would fix. The biggest problem, the biggest detriment for axing the war campaign is it completely gets rid of Varrock's story. And so that sucks, because Varrock's story is amazing. If I'm being very honest with you, if the cost of extracting the war campaign from BFA is losing Varrock's story, I think I would take that bargain. See, the thing, there's a really huge... Oh, God, they're so slow. Look at him. Look at them. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. That man... How the hell? All right, because here's the problem with Varrock's story. A lot of Varrock's story is pre-rendered. Either in-engine or actual pre-rendered CGI cinematic style. You can't easily fix that like you can fix other things, right? So... That sucks. That's why I say you'd pretty much have to sacrifice Varrock's story. There's no adjusting that. Got you some stones?
It was the incessant need for a fount of power that destroyed our civilization and brought our home to ruin.
Yeah, that's why you made the tree, remember? Jesus, Maya. I know she's kind of supposed to be Maeving here a little bit, but Christ. Do you know your own history? I mean, she doesn't. Maiev has always been kind of a dick. Like, seriously, always. Since she was first introduced. For those of you who don't remember, she was one of the people who tried to murder Malfurion and Tyrande to lead a coup against the Night Elven people. Good fortune, Wedlock. But yeah, no, she is a pretty classic hypocrite. Not much there. Big Baobab has fought in many wars on behalf of the Kaldorei. After every battle, he puts his roots again. Every single time. Could you sever the roots? He'll only respect someone who has known war. Don't worry. I got your back. I know, right, Kiro White Noise? Like, seriously. Maiev is giving a rant against the Sunwell underneath the branches that you planted so you would have another world tree. For the record, I do not think Maiev is badly written. Remember, that's always an important distinction when it comes to a review. Like, she's just being Maiev. Everything about this is just Maiev. I mean, how many times have we had World Tree issues? Just saying.
Each time the Sunwell comes under attack, the Blood Elves suffer in the aftermath, and yet they cling to it.
Yeah, why do you cling to this giant tree you went out of your way to build, Maiev? Why don't you just live without? God, what's wrong with you? You know? Oops, that's actually bigger. Hi, Mr. Floyd. The great Elder Branch rests. The growing darkness in Silvermoon has enraged many of the Wisps. They'll be willing to aid us in awakening this ancient. Take this banner, rally the Wisps in the lowlands to war. Gather and bring them here, and they shall awaken the ancient as they did in wars long past. Simply get near any of the angry Wisps, they'll follow you. You should even keep up with your mount. Now, here's the interesting part, and part of the reason I don't think this is badly written. Maiev does have a point underneath her being a dick. No, I mean that. This is a great point. I like this question. The point is, we need a more permanent solution to the Sunwell. Arguably the same kind of thing that we had here with Amir Drasil. Because remember, Amir Drasil is not merely another great tree, after all. It is a much more carefully crafted, refined, blessed, protected, and cared for tree. Birthed in the dream before crudely being birthed into real life. Like, remember, Teldrassil probably shouldn't have existed. That was made without the blessings of the aspects, without the blessings of the world. Made and planted here in the physical realm first. Oh, and also with a bit of the old gods built into it. That's another fun thing. Here you go, elves. Wake them up, wake them up.
The Sunwell invites corruption and calamity. How many times must its mere existence imperil our world?
So, what we need is a version of the Sunwell that isn't thrown together, hazardous, or otherwise problematic. Now, hopefully they'll actually go in such a direction at some point, but you get the general idea here. Because that's what we have here with the Mirdrasil. Like right now, the current state of the Sunwell, excuse me, that's a bit of an inaccuracy. The state of the Sunwell after BC is very similar to Teldrassil, excuse me, I almost said Nordrassil. Teldrassil. In other words, it was kind of done on the fly, under gun, because there were issues and problems, right? It was a little bit of a patch fix. They barely even knew what the consequences of directly putting a Naru into the well would actually do. Even in the quests we see in Eversong, they mention how they weren't really particularly concerned with the light bloom because it was mostly just a curiosity. Please think about what a few centuries of a light-infused sunwell would have done to Eversong, and probably Zulamon as well. So, they never studied it. They never thought about it. They never said, okay, let's go ahead and try to do something a little bit more careful, a little bit more precise, a little bit more better constructed. Instead, what they did was, okay, we're good. We're good. Now, in defense of the Blood Elves, they've had a lot on their mind since BC. They had the war in Northrend during Wrath. They had everything, all the nonsense going on during Cataclysm with the Hellscream War. That was fun. And then they had the rest of the Hellscream War in Pandaria. It's one of the first times they've been able to actually field forces was in frickin' Pandaria. Think about that for a second. Moving forward from Pandaria, Warlords doesn't exist. Legion invades, that's cool. BFA doesn't exist. And so the first time they've actually had to recover was actually in the Dragonflight era. And by then, it had been years. In fact, I think actually about a decade since BC to Dragonflight. So, like it or not, it makes perfect sense that most of the Blood Elves, especially the leadership, would just be kind of cool with letting it sit. The Sunwell isn't doing anything bad. It's fine. We've got other things that are higher on the priority list. They had to rebuild their city, they had to rebuild their people, etc., etc. Yeah, let's get the city rebuilt first, right? Let's get the population under control. Let's remember, and I really need to reemphasize this, the Blood Elves were on the verge of extinction back in BC. They took it on the teeth. So let them have some time, recover. It makes sense. I'm not trying to say that they were being negligent. I'm trying to say that they didn't fix it. There's a difference. So now that we're at this stage, maybe actually fixing it might be something we can think about. That's all I'm saying.
The Kaldorei forces make this fight possible, but we will need more allies to be assured of victory.
Well done. The forest marches to war, and all that's junk.
Nature will heal.
Good. An ancient protector is capable of striking foes from afar with their bolters. Yes, I have played Warcraft 3. Thank you for asking.
On your mark.
Yeah, this is all junk. We'll get there, love. We'll get there. Stop jumping ahead on the script. Christ. Keep it in your pants. While the Kaldorei are mustering, we could use your help as witness as I ask another group for aid. We will need the Quel'Dorai for what is to come, no matter how much some of the Sin'Dorai will protest. Oculus has agreed to open a portal for the two of us to reach my aunt, Verisa Windrunner, where she awaits us in Eversong. The Sin'Dorai will not come with me, will you? So speaking of bad writing...
The conflict between the Blood Elves and the High Elves of the Silver Covenant is still fresh. I foresee problems on both sides.
Only an elf would think of something that happened like a decade ago as a fresh conflict, but whatever.
Lorthamar, I've attached no conditions to my aid. A corrupted Sunwell is an existential threat that cannot be ignored.
Both our peoples have moved beyond the conflicts of the past. A hopeful sign for the future.
However, this marks the third time that evil has descended upon Quel'Danas and placed our world in peril. Should we survive this crisis, I ask that you do not attempt to reignite the Sunwell. It is time to find a different path.
You said there were no conditions.
None for our army to join the battle. But the Sunwell invites catastrophe and conflict. For the sake of your people, you must let it go.
You can't ask that of me. The Sunwell defines us. Without it, we were nothing. Weak and powerless.
We Kaldorei once faced a similar fear. Losing our immortality was a cruel fate, and those who sought to regain it committed terrible crimes. So believe me when I say that I know how you feel. But I also know that your people's resilience far eclipses their reliance on the Sunwell.
I will consider it.
For what it's worth, I really like that particular Sawal. You'll notice how Chandris was way more diplomatic about saying the exact same thing Maiev was saying. She also wasn't coming at it from a perspective of negativity. She wasn't trying to say, you know, you suck and I hate you and this is all your fault. More like, this is a weak point that your people shouldn't have to deal with anymore. You'll also notice that she actually goes out of her way to praise both Lorthamar and her people, and Lorthamar himself, when pushed on the matter, primarily reacts out of fear. Yeah, Genosko, Talia, good word. Greek word. The line she has there, I know your people's resilience eclipses their reliance on the Sunwell. And yeah, Lorthamar says he'll consider it. I believe him. He's got a head on his shoulders. Now, here's the interesting thing. One of the more large-scale potential solutions here is right here with Thalyssra. No, I'm serious. I don't think it's like the solution, but it's worth noting we have a cure for magical dependency, the Arkandor. And I've said for years that surely we can adjust that and expand that to help the other elves, if such a thing came into being. Now, that's probably much more of a long-term solution, probably outside the bounds of something like WoW as a very existence. But for a setting, it's something to think about. And it's not like Lorthamar is unaware of the Arkandor. Alright, now hang on. What's going on in my chat here? Scroll up. Because I noticed Asmiristar say something, and I don't like you saying something like that. At no point in time should anyone in my chat... Well, I shouldn't say it like that. You shouldn't feel afraid to say something. So what did I miss here, Asmiristar? Could a Blood Elf just choose to be a Night Elf? I don't know. If I was a GM, I would say yes, that is possible. Elves are very morphic, just like trolls, and for the same reason. So an elf changing into another form of elf happening fairly quickly is something we have actively seen happen. Someone can be turned into a void elf in seconds. Someone could be turned into a fell elf in seconds. Now, that's a little different, obviously. That's just pumping you full of a certain energy source so it fundamentally changes you quickly and instantly. But that doesn't mean we couldn't gradually do a transition between one or the other, I don't think. But I think there would be consequences. Again, if I was the GM, I would say there would be some kind of negative attachment to that. Maybe it hurts, maybe it's... It like has the possibility of changing how your brain operates, you know. Maybe it does something like to you culturally. Maybe it's just very difficult or costly to do. Maybe it takes a long time. Yeah, maybe it literally costs experience, right? I would probably attach something there, but I think at the very least it would be possible. Just not the kind of thing that would happen on the regular, right? I agree, Cloden. Absolutely. That's also why I think the Arkandor is not a perfect solution. If you were just like, boom, here, you can be cured of your connection to magic. I imagine there are quite a few Blood Elves who would absolutely jump on, you know, taking the cure. But you know there would be plenty who wouldn't. Either because they don't want to lose that connection, or because they don't want to lose their power, or for religious reasons, or for personal identity reasons, or whatever. Plenty of reasons, valid and otherwise, in order to go ahead and say, no, I want to keep being a blood elf. I want to keep having magic saturate my being. But if that was put on the table, now what? Like, there's a lot of storytelling potential there. So the only thing we know that the Well of Eternity did to people is it turned the trolls into the Night Elves. That's about all we know from that one. And you're right, or rather, you're right in absence. It didn't actually impose order, it just turned the trolls into the Night Elves. Hang on, now Ismir Star said so. I don't like the installation I'm favoring. Hang on, the insinuation, excuse me, I'm favoring an in-game universe factions because of an opposing opinion or something. Oh, no, okay, first of all, none of that's coming from me. Let me be very clear about that. Second of all, Spartan, chill. I know you get heated. Chill. Take a step back. Please stop attacking my viewers. We're all cool here. We're all elves here. Except for you, Bob. No, they were actually trolls, right? Although, that's fair, we don't know the exact point at which they became Haranar. Haranir? I always screw it up. Haranir. Harandar is the place, Haranir are the people. God. Frickin' people, am I right? Damn it, Talia! Okay, we're good. We're close enough to my lunch break, and I kind of don't want... I kind of want to do this in one sprint for the finish line. Because for those of you not aware, what we're doing is we're going up to and through the quest chain that happens over there at that thing. That's the cutoff point, right? We're going to do the next raid. Story mode. It's a great fight, too. Anyways, we're going to go through that raid, and then we're going to do the wrap-up quests, which are cool and awesome and wonderful. And then we're going to go ahead and cut off. That'll be the end of the review. And that is extremely likely to happen today. We don't have much left. I'm going to go grab lunch.